Day 3 of Bills training camp is here with practice getting underway at 9:45. Quick injury update from Day 2. Defensive end A.J. Epinesa and linebacker Dorian Williams both left practice early. Williams was seen exiting the locker room and walking up steps towards the dormitory area with a sleeve covering his lower right leg. Tight end Dawson Knox, who was on the non-football injured list with a hamstring injury, was on the field working with trainers off to the side. And offensive tackle Spencer Brown on the physically unable to participate list with a back injury. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit our Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL, the Vegas Raiders released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Raiders voided the remaining $35.2 million of guaranteed money left on Wilkins' contract last month. The Raiders' decision is reportedly due to how Wilkins treated the rehab from his foot injury he suffered last season. He signed a 4-year, $110 million contract with the team last offseason, but appeared in just 5 games before suffering the season-ending injury. Justin Jefferson left training camp practice early due to a, quote, little bit of tightness in his legs, and the Commander signed safety Percy Butler to a 1-year extension through 2026. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The National Football League originated in the 1920s in rural America, then moved to the cities to flourish and prosper. But each summer, the game relives its heritage. Tiny college towns across the country witness the first bloom of the NFL season.
We are getting to our Hard Knocks era of our lives, which will be very exciting. I think we might all be in it in terms of you're standing on the field.
You're getting your poses ready for watching practice. The fingers under the chin, maybe, as the look.
I'm going to go through with a clipboard. That'll make it look like I'm a lot more intense.
He's just drawing a train.
You know what?
The whole
you know
time.
What?
It's a doodle of a train.
That's right, doodling. We both have to have clipboards so then we can consult next to each other.
And then you point to mine with a pen as you're
We turn and we just high five. Good morning. Happy Camp Week. Jeremy and Joe.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, we're back at St. John Fisher University. Good morning. What would you call the weather right now? Is it sticky at all? Got a slight breeze going, I think.
A little humid today.
Yeah.
It's not going to get as hot as it was yesterday, though.
No. How hot really did yesterday get? Yesterday was pretty hot. It got a little windy, though, so it really did end up helping, I think.
Yeah, and yesterday, thankfully, we were off the field. Players, coaches, ended practice, media, off the field, fans out of here well before noon.
Yeah.
I mean, that helped because it got really toasty after that.
Yeah, stopped it a little bit earlier. So, good morning. It's a Friday morning. Gets you into the weekend here, fans. Coming up to St. John Fisher for practice a little bit later on this morning. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio, Jeremy White is off this morning. Our coverage here at St. John Fisher is presented by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great Honda deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. A lot to get to today. We'll talk about yesterday's practice and how the first couple of days have gone. A little bit of AFC East injury news item from yesterday that ended up not being as bad as others may have thought when the first reports were coming out about Justin Fields. Do you have a philosophy on tweeting out the cart is coming out? Although that hasn't really even happened here. Because yesterday, Fields,
it's a great question.
A lot of tweets about Justin Fields. The cart is coming out for Justin Fields, and he's sitting in the front seat, and it's a toe injury. You might have thought way worse when you just saw cart coming out.
We had this discussion afterwards on the field with some of the media members. Because we were comparing it to carts coming out in years past and what that means and what it doesn't mean.
Yeah.
And, for example, I think it was maybe Micah Hyde got injured one time. And
in
they literally just in practice.
In practice.
So at training camp, it's different because they put him in the front seat of a cart and drove him into the locker room, which is such a long walk. That's why you do it.
Right.
So the cart didn't come out necessarily because the injury was so bad for the cart to come get him. Mm-hmm. It was, hey, we don't want you walking all that way, so we'll take you in, get you in the front seat. There have been guys who have been carted off. I remember when Reggie Ragland got hurt here.
Right.
And we didn't know the extent. He had torn his ACL, I think it was, on a field here, on a wet field one day. So to answer your question, I try to personally, my philosophy is to try and get as descriptive as possible there because that is such a, really people hang on whatever you write.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if in that situation, I probably would have written something like they're putting him on a cart and he's sitting in the front seat. I would literally describe everything.
Sure.
He's going to sit
that would be
in
helpful.
the front seat of the cart while they take him in.
That's because that is very. I
Not
think
the
that
cart is coming out for him.
Right. That is very different than what. Right. If you just had put the cart is coming out for blank, what is the assumption by many? That's a major injury, season-ending injury, and thank goodness, knock on wood, this continues. I can't even. I mean, you guys haven't really been tested on that all that much.
Thank goodness, right?
Right. Yeah. Knock on wood for that. The Bills have been very healthy.
I think in a game, they don't bring the cart to the player unless it's significant enough.
Right. Out on the actual field.
Out on the actual field. Sometimes from the medical tent they might do it. Even then, it's pretty significant. Right. But yeah, sometimes you'll just at training camp, depending on all these places and how they train, where they train. Mm-hmm. Here, it's a pretty significant walk. Yeah. From the practice field over to the locker room. And if a guy's dealing with anything, especially lower body, just he's not walking. Just let him sit him down.
Right.
And let's bring him in, then we can evaluate him.
That kind of sounds what the Fields was a little bit yesterday. He was limping, but he could still walk a little bit, and that's the same thing. They drove him back because it was a long ways away. Dislocated toe for him. We can talk about the AFC East a little bit later on, and the Jets, if Fields is going to miss any time, although probably not going to miss a ton of time. Anyways, training camp, if you got any questions, feel free. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you're interested in how somebody has looked or maybe – on the flip end, if they've looked good, if they've looked bad, you can give us a phone call at 803-0550.
Can I say one more thing about that Fields injury?
Yeah, go ahead.
So later then, Rich Samini of ESPN.
A beetle around here. Is this the same beetle that we interviewed yesterday?
Beetle?
I think it's a beetle.
It's not a bee?
No, that's a beetle. We yesterday, it could have been the very same beetle, was on this tablecloth, and we interviewed it. Jeremy put the camera up to it. I believe he's returned for his 6 a.m. hit here.
Wow, I did not know this. But that's why if you're watching on video, by the way, hi on all the YouTube people. Hi, it's Sal. I'm in for Jeremy today, and we
might be. Sal also just waved to his. His
laptop. I gotta remember I'm on this
camera
here. Hi, everybody. We got a couple cameras running around here. So hi, everybody in the bullpen. So Rich Samini last night, what he tweeted, and because this is when everybody was getting the actual final confirmation of it's just a toe.
Yeah,
we started hearing that. And then he said, it's not as bad as initially thought. They're hopeful he's ready for week 1 or he should be or something. And I'm thinking, okay, I'd still be kind of freaking out if I read my starting quarterback might miss the rest of the preseason. That's kind of the way that reads to me.
A little bit. And a toe injury for a guy.
Dislocated toe.
Right.
Yeah.
That's different than toe injuries. This guy's toe came out of the socket. I especially wouldn't be loving the idea of a toe injury that, should be good by week 1 when he's a running quarterback. And a lot of his value is built on running the football.
That's right.
In Justin Fields. So, by the way, you and Matt Beauvais, you had your live It's Always Game Day in Buffalo last night at Bar-Bill. It sounded like a great turnout, right?
It was an amazing turnout. Thank you so much to everybody who came out to Bar-Bill East here in Rochester. We had lots of our media colleagues come out there and hang out and join us and support us, and we appreciate that. But, man, Joe, I got there. The pod was scheduled to start and go live at 7, which I think we started at 7:05. We gave it a little bit of space. Mm-hmm. I get there about 5:45, and it was already, people waiting outside to get in.
Yeah.
And I was wheeling this wagon in. Everybody's like, hey, Sal, let's go. Let's do it. And they were ready to rock and roll. And, there were spots for everybody. If you wanted to come in, you could stand, sit, whatever. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, it was really awesome to see so many people there. And then we put an extra seat down and said, hey, you want to come up and ask a question? Come on up. And we had so many people come up and talk to us and ask us questions. They had really valid. We had younger people, older people, it didn't matter. They came up, they asked us questions. Matt and I went for a little over an hour. We had a great time. Thank you so much, not only to Barbill East, but Fiddlehead IPA. They made it possible last night, and It's been kind of a yearly tradition. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
What was the best question you got yesterday?
Ooh, you know what? I'm going to think on that because there was a really good question. Okay. Best question we got was something we've debated, and you guys have talked about it. I think you had a topic of this.
Okay.
This person actually, I don't know if they were listening, stole your topic.
Maybe. That's fine.
The question was, outside of Josh Allen, who is the most important player the Bills cannot afford to lose?
Okay. That is definitely a topic we've had during the offseason. And what was your answer?
Boy, we ran through. I said, I'm tempted to say Deion Dawkins. Mm-hmm. So I think it could be him because I'm not sure what you get at a 17 games at left tackle. Let's just say even 5-6 games, right?
Sure.
And you're not talking about one game here. You know, as much as I love Joe Andreessen, could he handle middle linebacker for a long period of time? I'm not sure.
I did think of that, yeah.
And then I thought about Christian Benford. I mean, given the fact they're already having a competition at cornerback too, could you afford to – what if Benford was out any length of time?
I think did we not really see evidence of this? The answer last season was Christian Benford. He goes out in that AFC Championship game, and it was very hard for them to maintain their defensive game plan without him in there. And that's not even just Kyrie Elam being in there. People forget Rasul Douglas got lit up a little bit in that AFC Championship game as well. Is he still the answer? That's a good question. Like, he would be near the top of the list, but would he be the next name after Josh Allen when I've got more options, maybe more trustworthy options, than they would have had at corner not even a year ago, 7 months ago, when they would have taken the field? If it's Max Hairston, Trey White, and Dane Jackson, you're missing an amazing corner, and I think maybe one of the top 10 corners in the league. But you're better off there. It really is tough because you're not. It's a combination of how good the player is and then how replaceable it is. Like, how good is the depth piece behind them? For Deion Dawkins, like, if he goes out, knock on wood, none of this happens. Deion Dawkins goes out, who's coming in? Immediate left tackle.
Probably Ryan Vandermark right now.
Okay. And
maybe Tylan Grable. One of them would. Okay. It would be one of those guys right now because I don't think you're moving Spencer Brown over to left.
And Ryan Vandermark's played sparingly, but hasn't that looked okay whenever he's had to go in? And Josh, of course, is a quarterback that is very good at escaping pressure. I don't want to make it sound like Dawkins' job isn't as important because Josh can do that, but I think you could maybe get away with that a little bit if you really needed to in a pinch. Bernard might be a good answer. It's just because of the question of, can Joe Andreessen come in and lead the defense?
Right. Or I guess you could say, well, what if you wanted to put Dorian Williams at Mike linebacker? That's fine. I just think that's Joe Andreessen's spot right now. Or Balen Spector. I mean, they are competing. I keep saying it's Joe Andreessen. But I see Balen Spector out here working both linebacker spots, and he's getting time. He's in this competition, and I'll be the first to tell you, and I agree with everybody, like, Balen Spector's had availability issues, and for that reason, I think Joe Andreessen gets a great opportunity, and I think Joe Andreessen has done a nice job and should win that job. But I wouldn't completely count out Balen Spector from how they might see everything, the fact that he's been in the system for 3 years, speaking of linebacker. And then speaking of that as well, Dorian Williams, he did leave practice yesterday. And as you heard in our update with Joe Kelly, I saw him walk from out of the locker room up the stairs over here to where the lunch and the dormitories are.
Yep.
He walked on his own upstairs, which is good.
Okay.
But he had a pretty noticeable limp, Joe, and a sleeve around his bottom right leg, lower right leg.
And then there was an injury to A.J. Epinesa as well yesterday?
Yeah, we don't know exactly what that was.
Okay.
Earlier, I had not seen this. The other media on hand told me, and I said, I didn't see that. And Thad Brown tweeted it, so I retweeted him. Apparently, A.J. Epinesa, punched Jackson Hawes in the face. I mean, they have helmets on.
Helmet. So, yeah,
and it's like no one really could figure out why because they kind of weren't involved with each other in the play.
And there wasn't a scrum after?
There wasn't. Nothing happened.
And that's weird.
That's why I didn't know.
Punch gets thrown at practice. You're expecting 10 guys to jump in there and start wrestling around.
So I'm guessing that they had tangled up and he kind of whacked him on the way out. I don't know. But anyway, there were A.J. Epinesa and Dorian Williams got injured. The one guy we didn't mention there when the person came up to talk to us and asked the question, I don't think anybody got to James Cook.
I mean, that is the position, and it's a good question, because this guy is going to play this year. Maybe he's going to play more than he did last year. Do you feel that people have a a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback and this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop-off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good
what's
way to
the
put it.
wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't, talk about that part.
Yep.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to.
That's
judge.
one though where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either one, a quarterback injury, or two, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like, maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is. I think there are like some of the next gen stat numbers, yards over expected. Last year, James Cook is like one of the best running backs in football, and Ray Davis is like right at the middle. Like, he's like at what he should get. He's not below what he should get. He's about getting what the blocking in front of him, would imply he should get, at least by next gen stats. So, like Cook being on that list of guys that the most irreplaceable Bills. I just think that the Bills as an offense and who the backups are, I think they could. I think they could live without him. He makes them better, but their run game to me would still be pretty threatening. I think their offense as a whole would still be a top 5 unit in the league. I mean, the thing you would be losing, I think the most, Sal, is you would be losing like the breakaway runs. Because Cook gave you a lot of those last year.
Yes.
Like he would get to the open field and he's outrunning defensive backs. And I don't think Ray Davis is slow by any means, but how many of those 40, 50-yard touchdowns Cook had last year is Davis going to the house? Maybe not all of them.
No. He did have that one against Miami. Remember Ray Davis catches the swing pass and takes it like 60 yards?
He did. That's right.
It was, I would say, terrible coverage by the Miami Dolphins. He was wide open on a swing pass.
But he had to outrun a couple guys.
Yeah, but you're right about that, Joe. Like the home run ability that James Cook gives you do not get from Ray Davis. But you also have Ty Johnson there, right? You have a running back room. The Bills really do go the philosophy of running back room, which can take us and dovetail us into discussion on James Cook and what he said, yesterday, about his contract. And one thing he did talk about was being able to play on third down more. Like he not only said, I want to do it, he said, and I'm going to do it.
Right.
And that was really interesting. And that's a big part of what the Bills do philosophically with the running back room, which is James Cook basically is not on the field on third down very much.
Right.
And that's when he mentioned it, I said to him, okay, what does that mean? Does that mean you need to improve pass blocking? How do you do that? And he said it's everything. It's, pass blocking, it's catching the ball. He said, that's what I need to do. And then he stopped. He looked right at me and said, and I'm going to do it.
Yeah. And did that come off to you as he's just saying that as though he wants to do that, or he feels that he's in the plan to be in that role, that the Bills plan for him to do more of that? Because Ty Johnson didn't give anybody any reason for him to not be out there, right, in that situation. So Cook would really have to earn it, wouldn't he? Like he'd have to really he'd have to show you can trust me back there. If there's a blitzer coming, I'm going to pick it up. You can trust me to not drop the ball if I'm going to go out. He had a lot of that 2 years ago. Last year, not as much. Because Ty Johnson, I mean, Josh Allen called him one of the best third down backs in the league. So for James Cook, he could play more on third downs and maybe not play the majority on third downs, because that guy's going to be tough to unseat for that specific role. Johnson does all the things I think that you really want out of that role. And Cook, it's just the pass protection though at this point, isn't it?
Yes.
It's just wondering, like, that's the only part. Like, is he going to get lit up by a linebacker if a guy is coming through the hole? Because him going out and catching passes, like last year, I think he did great in that, and I don't think there's much of a question there. So he's also maybe speaking that way, Sal, because he might think that's one of the reasons he's not at the moment getting paid a big contract. Is if you are sitting in a meeting room with if it's Cook's agent and the team, and they're going back and forth in contract negotiations, like one thing the team is probably going to bring up is, well, are we going to give you Saquon Barkley money when you aren't playing half the snaps? And the reason you're not playing half the snaps is because of all this.
Yeah, that's right. And listen, at the end of the day, James Cook being here is a great thing, and him playing is a great thing. Him practicing is a great thing. Brandon Beane says a day ago, I hope next year he's back on the field with this team.
Yep.
James Cook says yesterday, I'm going to get my money and I'm going to get paid wherever that is.
Wherever that is.
I mean, I think we can all see where this is going, which is James Cook wants to win in a Buffalo Bills uniform. There's no doubt.
Yep.
He also wants to get paid as one of the top running backs in the league. He thinks he's one of the best running backs in the league. He said that. Mm-hmm. He wants to get paid like that. And if the Bills aren't going to match that or come up to where that is, he'll go find that money elsewhere. That's basically what he said yesterday when he talked with the media. That's the way I took it.
He is kind of doing both, right? Like his words are telling you he definitely cares about getting that payday. But he's here. And why is he here? I mean, he said Super Bowl, right? Like, he said those words. Like, he wants to win a Super Bowl here. And I don't think it has to be an either or. Like, do you care about winning or do you care about getting paid? I think in this instance, you see a guy that is he's trying to do both. He wants to win, and he's going to, I think if in his dream scenario, he would win the Super Bowl with the team this year, and if they didn't want to pay him, he would go get paid somewhere else. And he would be perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, I think James Cook, at some point through this process, maybe he knew it early on, which is why he tried to get his money when he could. He tried to get his money when he could. But at some point in this process, I think him and his representatives realized, okay, you are still under contract, and you're going to get a chance to be paid once your contract's up. Like, that's just the way this works. Get it now would be great. But the fact that he didn't get it now, he's like, okay, I got to wait a year. But when I wait a year, now you have to pay me. Someone's got to pay me next year, right?
Yeah.
Whether that's what he wants or not, he no longer has a contract. It's an open bid next year, as long as he becomes a free agent.
It was
right?
if the Bills don't do the transition tag or whatever.
And I think that's the philosophy he's taking right now, which is, I'm here. I'm a Buffalo Bill. I'm all in. But at the end of this year, it's open bidding process.
Yeah. How's he look, by the way, so far in camp?
I mean, he had the highlight of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
He took a swing pass in the flat, about 70 yards, for a legit touchdown. And I say it that way, Joe, because usually those touchdowns aren't legit out here. These guys, they're not tackling everybody.
Yeah.
So they kind of let you get through a little bit, and they just go and touch you and tag you up. Not the case. He caught the ball. Reggie Gilliam made a block in front of him. He made one cut, got to the sidelines. There was nobody home except way downfield. DeMar Hamlin was out there, and Tyrell Shavers got in his way, and James Cook just kind of navigated.
Yeah. Yeah, you saw the speed on that play for sure. Yeah, it wasn't one of those you get like the one-arm tackle where you're not really sure if you would have brought him down or not, and they just let it play out, which is usually what it seems that they'll end up doing out there in the first couple of days of practice. So we'll talk more about James Cook. You can give us your thoughts at 803-0550. James Cook saying yesterday that he does still want to get paid, of course, and that he said the words wherever it is. So we'll see if that ends up being here with the Bills. How the offense looked yesterday, I want to get into that with you coming up next. The passing offense especially and where they were attacking the field. There's a lot to get to from Bills training camp, around the league stuff as well. I've got a fantasy fix / fantasy fade for you a little bit later on from the guy that's standing out around the league. It's not Travis Hunter. We spent a lot of time on Travis Hunter yesterday. He's if you followed at all what he's done early on in camp, it's like all offense. So we'll see. I'm sure they have a plan for him, and he'll end up getting some corner snaps as well.
Well,
maybe.
I guess you could in any team. Let's go a little deep here for a second.
Sure.
On the Buffalo Bills, if they had this type of player, and they want him to play both sides of the ball, they said we're going to do this.
Yeah.
Where would they train him first and most on the Buffalo Bills if it was a guy here?
If they had this player, I think.
And they said, we're going to use them both, but we gotta do it right. Would he spend most of his time early on at corner or most of his time early on at receiver here in Buffalo?
I tend to think they would start at receiver. Am I wrong in this? Receiver would be more to learn right away?
See, that's my philosophy except for one thing.
Yeah.
I think in this system with this team, they'd want to make sure because I think they could feel you could put him at receiver and we can give him a handful of plays. That's not the case at corner. You can't mess up. You got to know the system.
Right.
Liam Cohen's team, offensive team, Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Maybe they're like, we got to get this guy integrated on offense.
Yeah. It depends too, like what you like to run. I don't know what Liam Cohen's defensive coordinator likes to run.
Right.
Remember what they did last year though? They did this against the Bills. They ran man coverage like crazy.
Right.
And it got a beat against the Bills. If they do something like that, that's not the Bills. The Bills are zone heavy. They always have been. That's more communication with your teammates and knowing where to be.
That's why I say I think it'd be different depending on who your coach is and what your system is.
If you play like a man-heavy defense, I mean, what do you tell you're covering
that guy.
You're going and covering that guy.
Yep.
Go out there and cover him, and that's kind of all you need to really, I'm sure there's more to it than that, but that's the basis of it.
It's a really interesting conversation.
Yeah. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Bills' passing offense looked good yesterday, and there was a bounce back from Keon Coleman. We'll get to that when we return. Sal Capaccio is in for Jeremy White this morning. We'll have Matt Perino coming up a little bit later on this morning at 8 a.m., but we got plenty of time for your phone calls at 803-0550. It's Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher here on WGR.
The question was, outside of Josh Allen, who is the most important player the Bills cannot afford to lose?
Okay, that is definitely a topic we've had during the offseason. And what was your answer?
Boy, we ran through. I said I'm tempted to say Deion Dawkins.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it could be him because I'm not sure what you get at a 17 games at left tackle. Let's just say even 5-6 games, right?
Sure.
And you're not talking about one game here. As much as I love Joe Andreessen, could he handle middle linebacker for a long period of time? I'm not sure.
I did think of that, yeah.
And then I thought about Christian Benford. I mean, given the fact they're already having a competition at cornerback too, could you afford to – what if Benford was out any length of time?
I think did we not really see evidence of this? The answer last season was Christian Benford. He goes out in that AFC Championship game, and it was very hard for them to maintain – their defensive game plan without him in there. And that's not even just Kyrie Elam being in there. People forget Rasul Douglas got lit up a little bit in that AFC Championship game as well. Is he still the answer? That's a good question. Like, he would be near the top of the list, but would he be the next name after Josh Allen when I've got more options, maybe more trustworthy options than they would have had at corner not even a year ago, 7 months ago, when they would have taken the field? If it's Max Hairston, Trey White, and Dane Jackson, you're missing an amazing corner. And I think maybe one of the top 10 corners in the league. But, you're better off there. It really is tough because you're not. It's a combination of how good the player is and then how replaceable it is. Like, how good is the depth piece behind them? For Deion Dawkins, like if he goes out, knock on wood, none of this happens. If Deion Dawkins goes out, who's coming in? Immediate left tackle.
Probably Ryan Vandermark right now.
Okay. And
maybe Tylon Grable. One of them would. Okay. It would be one of those guys right now because I don't think you're moving Spencer Brown over to the left.
And
Day 3 of Bills training camp is here with practice getting underway at 9:45. Quick injury update from Day 2. Defensive end A.J. Epinesa and linebacker Dorian Williams both left practice early. Williams was seen exiting the locker room and walking up steps with a sleeve covering his right lower leg. Tight end Dawson Knox, who is on the non-football injured list with a hamstring injury, was on the field working with trainers off to the side. And offensive tackle Spencer Brown on the physically unable to participate list with a back injury. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL, the Vegas Raiders released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Raiders voided the remaining $35.2 million of guaranteed money left on Wilkins' contract last month. The Raiders' decision is reportedly due to how Wilkins treated the rehab from his foot injury he suffered last season. He signed a 4-year, $110 million contract with the team last offseason, but appeared in just 5 games before suffering the season-ending injury. Justin Jefferson left training camp practice yesterday early due to a, quote, little bit of tightness in his legs. And the Commander signed safety Percy Butler to a 1-year extension through 2026. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I didn't really think about it. I knew I was going to come out here and work. I don't owe it to nobody but my teammates and myself and my family. So by me participating, showing my teammates that I love the game and I'm willing to be out here.
That is the one they call Jimbo. James Cook. You guys call him James? Is that just teammates? It's a teammate nickname, right? Jimbo?
You know, it's funny.
Like, if he walked by right now, would we say, hey, Jimbo, or like, hey, James?
I'd call
Jimmy.
him James. I would call him James.
James, yeah.
But I did ask him, maybe last year, early year, like, do you prefer, like, from us?
Yeah.
I mean, because I think it matters. Like, a guy, you want to call a guy what he prefers to be called by you, whether it's Gabe or Gabriel Davis, right? Josh or Joshua Palmer. Joshua Palmer told me he prefers being called Joshua.
Okay.
So I'm trying to remember to do that, even though he said Josh is okay, but you're Joshua.
Who on the team has something like that, and everyone always forgets to do it, including me? Trubisky, right?
Mitch or Mitchell?
I think he prefers Mitchell.
Oh.
I think he said that coming into the league, that he preferred Mitchell, and it never stuck. And maybe at this point he just knows.
Even Joe Brady called him Mitch, right, yesterday during his media session. So
at this point
I asked to just to make sure I close the loop here on this. I did ask him. I said, okay, so do you want to be called James, Jimmy, Jimbo? And he's like, it doesn't matter. That's the way he talks, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna call you James Cook, but you can refer to him as whatever, and he doesn't really mind, I guess.
Yeah, March 3rd, 2017. So that's before he's even drafted, right? That's the draft process. Mm-hmm. Adam Schefter. Trubisky would prefer to be known as Mitchell from here on out. So Mitchell Trubisky it is. It is not stuck. He's Mitch. And I guess, at that point he might not really be worried about it.
We had a great question in the chat asking me what flavor wings did I get last night at Bar Bill. Okay. They have a lot of great flavors. AC in the bullpen. Thank you.
What flavor did you get? Did you do a mix?
We did. So Matt says, well, what do you like? So we got a bunch. We had some media colleagues there, and we made sure they could sit with us and have some wings and things like that. I have to be honest. I'm kind of just a straight-up medium guy. Right, guy, just like medium wings, right? That's
me too.
And I don't mind getting other flavors, but that's kind of my go-to.
I like you might have done what I do. I like to go medium for half, and I like to get one flavor I've either never had or like one crazy flavor.
And then Matt said, let's get some honey Dijon.
Okay.
And I said, great. So we did that. And then I think we were going to go with honey butter barbecue. And I said, well, if we already have honey Dijon, let's do something else. We went with lemon pepper.
Nice.
And that was good.
That's good. What was the best one?
Ooh,
Or your favorite? What was your favorite?
So I would say, I think the lemon pepper might have been my favorite, but without any blue cheese. You can't dip it in the blue cheese.
That's true. A good lemon pepper wing, man, those are
you just gotta have it
fantastic.
straight.
I don't think I'm with you. I don't think I ever dipped the lemon pepper wing in blue cheese.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. I did once. I'm like, I can't do that again.
I think would you have dipped the honey Dijon in the blue cheese?
I did, yeah.
That one, I might
not every time though.
But
I did sometimes.
I think it would only have to be a hot sauce based wing or a barbecue based wing.
Okay.
Like honey butter barbecue, I would do that in the blue cheese. But no, there would be some wing like a honey sriracha wing, for instance. Maybe that's not your thing, but like would you dip that in blue cheese?
All right, so that's a good question to throw out there. All right, you can chat us at the bullpen if you're watching on YouTube. What wings do you get? You just don't dip in any sauces.
Yeah, right.
Like,
no. What wing would you not dip in blue cheese?
Because if you are a normal blue cheese or ranch, if I say it right, if you are a normal like blue cheese dipper with your wings, what do you get where you say no? But that one I'm getting, I'm not dipping it at all because it ruins the taste.
Yeah.
Because I actually sometimes think about that when I get the wings, like, should I do that or not? Once I do, I'm not going back for that bite.
You're worried about the blue cheese kind of overpowering the flavor of the rest of the wing?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Now, is it too early in the morning to really be craving wings right now? 6:30 in the morning? I'm sure it's been done.
Oh,
6:30 wings? What's the earliest you've ever had a chicken wing?
Oh, it's got to be at 7 a.m. or something.
7
I come out
a.m.?
with you guys at 7. I'm like, you know what? I'm a little hungry from last night. I didn't really eat last night.
Yeah.
It's got to be something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Bill's tailgate probably for me, like 8 a.m., 9 a.m.
I brought a few home to my dorm last night because we didn't finish, and I said to Matt, I'm like, oh, don't toss those. Like, I'll take those back.
You don't have a fridge?
I ate them before I went to bed.
Oh, right, okay, right.
Yeah, I'm like,
I thought you were saving them for today.
No,
I don't know about leaving those out.
And that's the thing. That's part of the reason I ate them last night because I'm like, I don't have a fridge. So I had a mini fridge in my dorm last year. I used to bring one up. Last year there was one in the dorm. I'm like, oh, this is great. Didn't need mine.
Yeah.
So I didn't bring it this year, and I don't have it. So when I go back to Buffalo today, come back up for the weekend, the mini fridge is coming back.
The mini fridge is coming back. Nice.
Right.
I thought about bringing a cooler, and I should have done that.
Or a cooler. I could just do a cooler with ice.
Yeah.
Instead of a mini fridge. It'll work the same.
You're going to have to refill that, go get a bag of ice.
Yeah, there's some ice machines around here.
That's true. So yesterday at practice, by the way, actually, real quick before we get back to football, don't dip Big Papi in the bullpen. Don't dip Cajun or lemon pepper.
Okay, see that? I learned my lesson last night with lemon pepper.
I wouldn't do it with lemon pepper. I would do it with Cajun. I would do it. That something about that fits a little bit better. It's because I'm still going to get the Cajun flavor with, the blue cheese added on it. I feel like the lemon is what I'm really eliminating by blue cheese, but I don't know. It's not an exact science. So yesterday at practice, bounce back day for Keon Coleman. I said that in the first segment. Would you agree with that as a descriptor?
Yeah, but I didn't.
I didn't think he played bad in the first one.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily would put that on him in the first one. And again, lots happening, and I know somebody saw him. He didn't catch a pass the first day, I guess, right? They also worked a lot of red zone, and you think, okay, well, he'd be good in the red zone. I didn't see him getting a ton of reps versus some of the other guys that are working in, right?
Yep.
So, again, they're working everybody in. Here's what I'll tell you about yesterday, all right? He yesterday this is a part of a bigger picture we can talk about, Joe. My headline at WGR550.com was about how this team really worked the intermediate passing game yesterday. Mm-hmm. And Keon Coleman was very vital in that. The two guys who really stood out to me yesterday, Keon Coleman was number 2. Curtis Samuel was number 1.
Okay.
But Keon Coleman had a couple nice plays, couple nice catches. One, he was crossing about 25 yards downfield, I think it was. Josh threw a bullet, hit him as he was crossing, caught the ball, turned upfield, got loose. I think, yes, that was one of the plays he made. Early in practice, they're going quarterback to receiver. You know how they do this.
Yep.
I go down, I'm shooting some video. I posted this video over on X at Sal Sports. You see it from behind Josh. Keon runs an in-cut. Josh hits him maybe 10 yards downfield. And what I really loved, super impressive, I mean, he caught it, and he stuck his foot in the ground and turned right upfield. Now, a lot of times, and it may sound super easy and super simple when I say that's the job of a receiver. Mm-hmm. But even at this level, a lot of times you'll see a guy on an in-cut catch a ball, and he kind of stays on that path for 2 steps or so before he kind of gets upfield, gradually turns upfield. If you can catch it stick your foot in the ground and get upfield, man, you're splitting safeties.
Yeah.
You're getting extra yards no matter what. And he did it, and then he did it basically again in the 11-on-11 when he caught that pass 25 yards downfield.
That really is. I mean, if he's able to give them that, that's an area where, I mean, Allen had a weird year compared to his others. There was a lot around the line of scrimmage, and there still was a lot of attempts down the field. I think he was third in the league in deep ball attempts last year, Josh Allen, despite the fact they didn't run, they ran it more, and they were doing so much around the line of scrimmage. There was not as much in that intermediate area. And are those the guys that you would have thought of immediately for, like, okay, like if they get better in that area, Samuel, Coleman, like that'd be nice. Palmer's the one I've thought about the most for that, is like someone that could really give them a boost in that 10 to 20 yard area of the field. It's not just, an over-the-top rainbow and also not a screen down low. I wonder how much the Bills feel that's an element that they even need to be better at this year, how much of a focus it has to be on plays like that.
It was really lacking last year, I thought. Like, that was just some play. The Dalton Kincaid, like, non-factor last year was a big part of this. Like, that's the area where he should win.
Those are the areas, for sure, that you would hope, at least. And, that could have been the injury for him. It does feel like they have enough players that should be able to produce now in that area. Palmer is a separator. Samuel's always tough to pigeonhole. He's kind of, in theory, a guy that should be able to do a little bit of everything for you, right? Like, he was a good separator in Carolina and in Washington, but he's also a good yak player. For him, I mean, is it just health? Is it just health? Do you feel like with Curtis Samuel that whenever he's practiced and been healthy, whenever he's played and been healthy, the level of play is good enough to where he'll have a role on the offense? Or do you think there needs to be a jump in what he's doing out there in addition to just being available?
No, I think they have a plan for him to have a role in this offense. It's anytime the Curtis Samuel discussions come up, I've always erred on, or I've always sided with and said, I just think he's on the team and he's playing and he's got a role. Like, I don't think there's any this decision here about is he not on the team. And if he is on the team, he's getting reps. He's going to be on the field because I think they believe, Joe, that he really can provide a matchup, a really tough matchup depending on where they want to put him. They can figure out where everybody's kind of, what the defense is doing to them and say he can play inside, he can play outside, he can line up in the back, running back, whatever.
Right.
And I know it didn't hit last year. I really think that the injury early on played such a role in that they just couldn't never get it up to speed to where they wanted him. And I think to me, it's almost like he's coming in new. It's like a new guy where they have the same thought with him on what to do than they did last year when they signed him. They just never were able to do it because of the injury. But
the bonus he'll have is he has a year of the playbook and of
That's right.
A little bit of chemistry with Josh from practices especially, and he did heat up down the stretch. Like,
yes,
if you gave me Samuel's last month of the year over the course of the season, I think I would take that. That's a couple of big plays. That's a couple of big games. Not every game he's super, super involved, but he's out there and he's, somebody that defenses have to watch. 803-0550 is the phone number. More on Coleman coming up at 7 o'clock on kind of his start to camp and his importance to the offense, but there's a lot to get to from training camp. There's some around the league stuff to get to as well, so stay tuned. Your phone calls at 803-0550. I've got a question about tipping for you when we come back, and I think there's there's got to be something done about tipping culture.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. I'm down for this discussion.
Tipping culture.
Okay.
When we come back. Do you feel that people have a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback in this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop-off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good
what's
way to put
the
it.
wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't, talk about that part.
Yeah.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to.
That's
judge.
one though where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either one, a quarterback injury, or two, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is. You feel that people have a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback in this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good
what's
way to put
the
it.
wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't, talk about that part.
Yeah.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to.
That's
judge.
one though where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either one, a quarterback injury, or two, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is. Welcome back to St. John Fisher. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio, Jeremy White is off this morning. Coverage of Bills training camp brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. All right, I've got a problem. I've got a tipping problem, Sal.
Okay.
I consider myself a good tipper. Like I take pride in being like I'm a good tipper. I was a waiter for like a very short amount of time. Worked at a restaurant, so like
same. Yep.
Yeah. So like I want to be a good tipper. I also don't carry cash.
Yep. Becoming an issue. Yep.
Do you carry cash?
I try to sometimes, but hardly ever anymore.
I never have it. Like ever. Like I can't tell you the last time I've really had cash on me regularly.
Right.
And I found a setting where you absolutely need to have it on hand. The car wash. The car wash drying people after you come out of the car wash, and there's the line there of the 4 teenagers they've got the towels ready, they got the little air gun.
Yeah.
And so sometimes, actually most times, almost always, I will skip that line because I don't have cash on me. I just don't carry it. So, and I put a poll up on this yesterday, like, does everybody tips those people, right? Like, because I've always thought you're supposed to.
I don't.
Maybe not.
I have before, but I don't.
It was more mixed than I thought. Like some people were like, "Oh no, those are people you tip," and others were like, "No, that's not for me. That's not."
No, this isn't okay. I wouldn't mind tipping them. I have done that.
Yeah.
But this is a job. This is not a server job where they get paid less, right? And I know things are different now.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. This is a regular job they have, and that's part of their duties on that day.
Yeah.
And if I have cash on me, I might think about it, and I have done it, but I don't think I've done it in a long time.
Yeah. So, right, and there have been odd times where, like, all right, like I'm going through the drive line or the drying line, and I don't have cash on me. I'll just give the little wave, and that's it. Yesterday, I was at a drive-through, or at not a drive-through, a car wash, where there was no exit that I saw other than through the line where the people are there to dry your car. So you're forced into that there. Like, I'm going through that dry line. Like, they're going to dry my car off. And my wife's like, "You got cash?" I'm like, "I don't have cash." Like, can't tip them. I think we need to join the 21st century with tips. I experience this on golf courses with, the cart people that come around with the drinks, and a lot of times that is only cash. This is becoming more and more of a cashless society. I'm a cashless person. I need a QR code for tipping.
All right.
I need that introduced. Somebody's got to get to work on that. I need a universal, some app. I mean, we have apps that pay, but I don't know if everybody wants to give out their own, Venmo account.
That would be it. That would be the only way to do it. Each person would have to give you their
personal Venmo.
Personal Venmo, I guess.
And maybe that's the solution. Put your QR code up on the thing, and then for me, I can just scan it while you're either drying the car or you're getting a drink for me on the course, and I can just scan that, and that's my avenue to doing it. Or I could just start carrying cash.
I mean, I know that some things are individually based, but what if companies just said, "Hey, if you'd like to tip our person, go to this."
Yeah.
I mean,
there you go.
How do you know who you give it to? Maybe there's a way to figure that out. I'm sure they can track who took care of you or something. I don't know.
Name tags, maybe.
Joe, you just came up with a great idea for you to make a lot of money in life by inventing this app.
Well, I just said it on the radio, so that
might someone else is doing it. That's
somebody else might be doing it.
That's right.
Some of these apps might be ahead of the game a little bit too already. I don't want to carry cash though. Like how every day do you have some on you? Like,
I try to carry
a little.
When I leave the house, I usually say to my wife, like, "Hey, do you have any cash on you?"
Do you have like a normal wallet?
No, I've gone away.
That's what I do.
This is the best invention ever. This iPhone wallet they have now.
The magnetic wallet that goes on the back.
It goes on the back of your iPhone.
That's what I have.
And it's just like, bam, sticks on there. Ooh, looks like that.
And that's the thing. I'm so reliant on that now.
I got you a new one though. This one's peeling apart.
Yeah.
The problem is, like, this really only holds like 2 cards. So I have a license and a credit card.
Yeah.
That's it in there.
You can go.
And I do take, maybe if I have like a $20 bill, I'll stick it in there somehow, fold it up.
Okay.
So I have some change, but you can't carry like singles.
How does so you can fit like one bill in there, but then how hard is it to get the other cards out? Because I find if I try I can put a third card in this.
Yes.
But
Then you got to stick your hand in the hole.
I've really got to work. I've really got to work to get it out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back. I don't want to. I need the people. I need the companies to make it easier for me. I don't want to start carrying.
This is really one of the things in life. This wallet on the iPhone that's kind of changed my life over the last 5-6 years by when I first got it.
Me too.
I mean, it really cuts down on the things you have to carry around with you.
Might have ruined the chiropractor industry, though, because people aren't sitting on their wallets anymore, throwing their backs off. We could couple of calls maybe on this. I've seen a lot in the chat already on this, so maybe a quick word on that, but we got to take a break. We're late to it. Keon Coleman. So, nice day of practice for him yesterday. He had something funny to say, I guess, to NFL Canada, too. This might have been actually a couple weeks ago. But Coleman, his importance to the offense, get to that a little bit, and some around the league stuff coming up as well. Sal's in for Jeremy this morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR.
The question was, outside of Josh Allen, who is the most important player the Bills cannot afford to lose?
Okay, that is definitely a topic we've had during the offseason. And what was your answer?
Boy, we ran through. I said I'm tempted to say Deion Dawkins.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it could be him because I'm not sure what you get at a 17 games at left tackle. Let's just say even 5-6 games, right?
Sure.
And you're not talking about one game here. As much as I love Joe Andreessen, could he handle middle linebacker for a long period of time? I'm not sure.
I did think of that, yeah.
And then I thought about Christian Benford. I mean, given the fact they're already having a competition at cornerback too, could you afford to – what if Benford was out any length of time?
I think did we not really see evidence of this? The answer last season was Christian Benford. He goes out in that AFC Championship game, and it was very hard for them to maintain – their defensive game plan without him in there. And that's not even just Kyrie Elam being in there. People forget Rasul Douglas got lit up a little bit in that AFC Championship game as well. Is he still the answer? That's a good question. Like, he would be near the top of the list, but would he be the next name after Josh Allen when I've got more options, maybe more trustworthy options than they would have had at corner not even a year ago, 7 months ago, when they would have taken the field? If it's Max Hairston, Trey White, and Dane Jackson, you're missing an amazing corner. And I think maybe one of the top 10 corners in the league. But, you're better off there. So it really is tough because you're not. It's a combination of how good the player is and then how replaceable it is. Like, how good is the depth piece behind them? For Deion Dawkins, like if he goes out, I'm knock on wood that none of this happens. If Deion Dawkins goes out, who's coming in? Immediate left tackle.
Probably Ryan Vandermark right now.
Okay. And
maybe Tylon Grable. One of them would. Okay. It would be one of those guys right now because I don't think you're moving Spencer Brown over to the left.
So yesterday at practice, bounce back day for Keon Coleman. I said that in the first segment. Like, would you agree with that as a descriptor?
Yeah, but I didn't.
I didn't think he played bad in the first one?
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily would put that on him in the first one. And again, lots happening, and I know somebody saw him. He didn't catch a pass the first day, I guess, right? They also worked a lot of red zone, and you think, okay, well, he'd be good in the red zone. I didn't see him getting a ton of reps versus some of the other guys they're working in, right?
Yep.
So, again, they're working everybody in. Here's what I'll tell you about yesterday, all right? He yesterday was – this is a part of a bigger picture we can talk about, Joe. My headline at WGR550.com was about how this team really worked the intermediate passing game yesterday. Mm-hmm. And Keon Coleman was very vital in that. The two guys who really stood out to me yesterday, Keon Coleman was number 2. Curtis Samuel was number 1. Okay. Keon Coleman had a couple nice plays, couple nice catches. One, he was crossing about 25 yards downfield, I think it was. Josh threw a bullet, hit him as he was crossing, caught the ball, turned upfield, got loose. I think, yes, that was one of the plays he made. Early in practice, they're going quarterback to receiver. You know how they do this.
Yep.
I go down, I'm shooting some video. I posted this video over on X at Sal Sports. You see it from behind Josh. Keon runs an in-cut. Josh hits him maybe 10 yards downfield. And what I really loved, super impressive. I mean, he caught it, and he stuck his foot in the ground and turned right upfield. Now, a lot of times, and it may sound super easy and super simple when I say that's the job of a receiver. Mm-hmm. But even at this level, a lot of times you'll see a guy on an in-cut catch a ball, and he kind of stays on that path for 2 steps or so before he kind of gets upfield, gradually turns upfield. If you can catch it, stick your foot in the ground, and get upfield, man, you're splitting safeties, you're getting extra yards no matter what. And he did it, and then he did it basically again in the 11-on-11 when he caught that pass 25 yards downfield.
Camp is here with practice getting underway at 9:45. Quick injury update from day 2. Defensive end A.J. Epinesa and linebacker Dorian Williams both left practice early. Williams was seen exiting the locker room and walking up steps with a sleeve covering his lower right leg. Tight end Dawson Knox on the non-football injured list with a hamstring injury was on the field working with trainers off to the side. And offensive tackle Spencer Brown on the physically unable to participate list with a back injury. For more on day 2 of Bills training camp, our own Sal Capaccio has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL, the Vegas Raiders released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Raiders voided the remaining $35.2 million of guaranteed money left on Wilkins' contract last month. The Raiders' decision is reportedly due to how Wilkins treated the rehab from his foot injury he suffered last season. He signed a 4-year, $110 million contract with the team last offseason, but appeared in just 5 games before suffering the season-ending injury. Justin Jefferson left training camp early yesterday due to, quote, a little bit of tightness in his legs, and the Commanders signed safety Percy Butler to a 1-year extension through 2026. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
But ain't this a cup? What this is? Somebody want to try milk and cookies? What? You got to open it first. I mean, I don't want to cut it up here because then they're going to spill. So what you supposed to do, cut it down there? Yeah, I don't know. Is the object not to pour all the milk out the bag into the cart? So how you supposed to dip the milk in the cookies? But ain't this a cup? That's y'all wasting too many dishes. So who washing this then? Now you can't even get this out of here. So now you got an open thing for no reason. Why not just do this, pour this in here to eliminate the cup? See, now you make a mess.
Keon Coleman discovering bagged milk. That was at one of those flag football events recently that you've been seeing highlights of around the league. NFL Canada, I believe, asked him that question or showed him the bagged milk. I've never seen bagged milk in my life. I'm with Keon.
All right, so
never seen it.
This is where this came from. I had no idea why people were talking about bagged milk yesterday.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's so tough. I just told Joe
Sal's
in the
head
break,
spinning, and people are throwing bagged milk stuff at him.
I'm like, and Joe's telling me about things happening in the news. I'm like, Joe, I had no idea. What are you talking about? I've seriously, it's been.
Well, because you're on with us, and then you've got press conferences, and then practice, and then you've got the podcast,
more press conferences.
You're doing the website.
We got Facebook Live.
Yeah, you're busy.
So by the time it gets to the end of the day.
Yeah.
Which circles us back to, really, we started this show, we were talking about the Justin Fields injury. You told me at 9:30 when I got here yesterday, you see Justin Fields had an injury. And you even said he had carted off or something because of the...
That was the original tweet, Connor Hughes.
And then as the day went on, we kept reading people saying, we think it's just a toe injury or whatever. And then later in the day, I read Rich Cimini say something like, hopeful ready week 1.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, but that doesn't wash with everybody saying he's going to be just fine. He's day to day.
Right.
But, so if you're reading him, you're like, that is a little more alarming. Anyway, in the meantime, so I'm trying to keep up. Christian Wilkins gets released, right? That happened during the podcast last night.
Yep.
We're on the air. Christian Wilkins gets released, right? I'm reading about this bagged milk stuff, this milk bag. I'm like, what is going on with bagged milk? So I do remember bagged milk when I was very young. Yes.
Okay.
I do remember milk in a bag. I don't remember why, how we got it, anything like that. I do remember milk in a bag. I also remember, many of you out there will also remember this, going to buy milk in a carton from a dispenser, a big machine, like you go to a vending machine. But this was specifically for milk. You didn't see it. You didn't pop up and grab it and bring it down. You just said go to the milk thing. I don't even know what we called it. Milk machine. Milk machine.
The milk machine.
And there was one near our house where I grew up. And literally I'd walk over there and I'd put 50 cents in, whatever it was. You'd hit a button, and this carton of milk would basically show up. It was already pre-made, pre-packaged.
So it was like a vending machine. You just couldn't see into it,
right?
Like you would a normal vending machine.
Yeah, you put it in, and it would pop out, and there's your milk.
And where were these? These were just at convenience stores, or just on the street?
Randomly. One was just literally at the back of a gas station.
Outside.
Yes.
Really?
Who remembers?
I don't remember that.
Who remembers milk carton machines?
No, nothing.
I'm telling you.
Is milk the drink or beverage that delivery has changed more than any other? It was delivery. There were milkmen, of course, and then they would just drop it off. There's this machine you're telling me about. There's bagged milk. Because for me, I just always remember it in the gallon jugs, the 2-gallon. That's it. I've never known anything else.
No, I remember. In fact, when I still drive by, I lived, if you know where Cedar Grove Heights is, Tyrunda, in Cheektowaga, I grew up right there for the first several years of my life in school.
Yeah.
And it was right there on Harlem Road, and I guess it would be Cedar Grove there, where you get on the 33, there's a gas station. And right in that area, there was a machine. So if you know where I'm talking about, there's a garden center right across the street. That's where this machine was. And we would walk from our house, and my mom would say, hey, we need some milk. Can you go over there? And I remember the worst part was when you went and it was out of order or there was nothing left.
Oh.
You're like, where do we go for the milk now? Now we got to go to another store.
You can just have it at grocery stores?
Yeah, you can go to the grocery store, but it was way less convenient.
Right, okay. That makes sense. Well, Keon Coleman, never seen bagged milk in his life before either. Real quick, before we get to back to some football, I want to get to Coleman on the field. Patrick is on the air. If we can get him up here. Oh, it just closed on me. Go ahead. That's Patrick, okay. You on the air?
Hey, yeah. It's I just want to say you do need to tip the guys at the car wash. They're, especially during the winter, they're in the cold and the wet. I've avoided car washes for that reason, actually not having cash. So make sure if you go to a car wash, you have some cash with you. Have some cash. And go through that line. The other thing now that got brought up, and I just want to know your opinion on, sports-wise at least.
Yep.
As a Dolphins fan in Buffalo, where do you think Christian Wilkins goes after this? Because it feels like the whole, Jack Eichel, they want to give him a different surgery. Christian Wilkins says, I don't want the surgery that the team wants. It seems like a Jack Eichel type of thing, and where do you think he can go after this? Do you think he goes back to Miami, which would be great but where do you think he goes after this?
Yeah, so thanks, Patrick, for the call. On Wilkins, so he gets released yesterday by the Raiders, and it was a rehab dispute about his foot injury that he had last year, and the Raiders used that. I wonder if we'll get like a grievance from the PA. They used that to void the remaining $35 million of his deal. So, question I'm sure you've gotten on Twitter. I know the chat has brought it up, and I've seen it too. Everyone wants to know if this could be an option for the Bills, or if this is even an idea for the Bills. Here's Patrick asking about it for the Dolphins. He's injured. Is he healed? Like, he's got a foot injury, and I don't know. He's a big name. He's also a little bit older at this point in his career. So, and the Bills, I think, are pretty well off at that position at this point in time. So I'm not really thinking about him much for this team. I'm sure he'll land somewhere, but I would just start with, it doesn't sound like he's healthy.
Right. I don't know what team it is. It doesn't matter. The first question is, can he play? Can he pass a physical? Is he healthy? Has Gabe Davis signed anywhere? I don't think so.
No.
That's one thing I'll say. Have I missed Gabe Davis signing
He's
anywhere?
not, no.
I don't think so.
He made a comment. He got asked about the Bills yesterday, and we'll get that a little bit later.
And I think part of the reason is, how healthy is he? He was released because he failed his physical in Jacksonville. You're talking about a guy here in Christian Wilkins. Not only is he not healthy now, but what does the future hold for him staying healthy? This particular surgery.
Yeah.
He is how old right now, Christian Wilkins? I remember
he's 29.
He came into the league older.
He's 29. He'll be 30 during the season.
Yeah, and not that that's super old, but if you're going to invest some money, then you're probably talking about now like a one-year deal, a little bit minimum money. So I'm sure at some point he's going to kind of show that he's healthy enough to play, and someone will sign him. It might be one of those deals that towards the end of the season, team needs a guy. But if I'm a team, I don't care if I'm the Buffalo Bills with Super Bowl aspirations or a team that's just like needs a veteran to come in to help out with the young guys. I don't know if this guy's going to play for me. Why am I paying him any money?
Right. It's Wilkins is a little interesting. He's a player that has a history against the Bills, right? I mean, with the Dolphins, he and Josh Allen were always in each other's faces. We'll start a brawl in the playoff game here when Josh tried to hit him from the side and then Spencer Brown jumped in. It was a whole thing. So there's a history there with Wilkins, but it kind of goes to a larger point about where the Bills are at right now as a roster. And we've said this, that they don't have a lot of the elite players. They don't have a lot of the all-pro level players, but that they have a lot of good players. They have a lot of depth. The holes on the roster, there aren't that many. Wilkins becomes available. It's like, I bet 30 fan bases in the league are asking, we should go after that guy. He was a really good player. Let's get him healthy, and he could be a dominant player for us. It's how many positions could a guy like that become available right now in the NFL? And you'd sit there and go, the Bills should look at that. I don't think there's that many, if there are any. Like, if a star safety shook loose today, maybe that's one where we could have a conversation about it. But
I mean, if it happened,
I don't know any other position.
If it happened at wide receiver, fans would very much latch onto it.
Sure, that's right.
Right?
Wide receiver, that would happen. But
I don't think
that would be a darn good
it.
receiver because they've got 5 guys right now that I think everyone likes pretty well.
I think that's the only position that would happen.
Like running back, that's not happening, right? If a great running back shook loose today, didn't need to do that. What do you need to do that for?
This isn't quite a let's get stupid because it's not stupid. It's a conversation. But I'm thinking about Josh Allen and Christian Wilkins' rivalry. Sure. Let's just say Christian Wilkins, his agent called the Bills and said, listen, this whole thing went south there. We'd really love to join up with Josh Allen. What are the... It's not a let's get stupid. It's kind of let's get very, very hypothetical here.
I don't think everything on the roster needs to be run by Josh Allen, but if I'm Brandon Beane, isn't my first text to Josh? I mean, like, you got a problem if we go down this road? How much do you really not like this guy?
Right.
That would be my first question.
I mean, yeah.
That happens in sports all the time, right? Brad Marchand just joined the Florida Panthers, and him and Sam Bennett hated each other.
Fitz isn't Josh. I get it. And he wasn't Josh when he played. I understand that.
Right.
But Ryan Fitzpatrick called Brandon Spikes a punk.
When he was in New England?
Yeah, and Brandon Spikes was his teammate the next year on the Buffalo Bills.
That's right. Allen and Wilkins, though, that's like physical on the field.
It is.
It's beyond even words being exchanged. Is there another position? You're saying receiver. I think we'd want to talk about receiver. Maybe we'd want to talk about safety. I don't think there's really another one, right? Like Jair Alexander became available, and what did we say?
Okay,
like no, they're good. Like they made their moves. They're whole.
There were a lot of people who thought the Bills should revisit that, as they allegedly reportedly did in the offseason about looking into a trade. But I think at that point it's because they had made so many moves. But there's definitely a lot of people out there who said, "Oh my God, he'd still be a really good fit," because how much are you going to get from Trey White?
Sure.
How much are you going to get from Max Harrison as a rookie? I think that's what it came down to. It really comes down to a lot of times what you feel like they already have on the roster with some of the investments they made. Is it enough? Are they going to be able to play? There's a lot of people, Bills fans. I talk to Bills fans all the time or answer questions, and people still have a lot of kind of concern or questions about cornerback too. And it doesn't matter who wins it. Is that person going to be good enough? They just don't think Tre'Davious White is going to be up to the task. And, he's past his prime. He's had these injuries. And don't think Max Harrison necessarily is going to be ready or isn't good enough or whatever. I mean, that's a big concern for some Bills fans.
Right. 803-0550 is the phone number. So you mentioned receiver there. Like, I don't really think the Bills need another receiver. If there was a top-end one that somehow made sense, then sure. But the only position that I'm really questioning about the Bills right now at receiver is whether Coleman can live up to the responsibility and the role that I think they want him to have and that he's in line to get. And yesterday was good to see because day one didn't make any catches. He got targeted a couple of times. There were a couple contested catches that I thought he probably could have come down with, but they would have been tough. Yesterday, he looked fluid. He made a couple of plays over the middle of the field. And to me, that's good to see because he's going to have to do the dirty work. He's going to have to play on rundowns a lot. But I still think of that position group and maybe of the offense, Sal, like him being able to be an X-receiver for them and be the guy who leads them in snaps at the position on the year. I don't know how good that will look, but it's definitely clear that they think he's capable of that.
Yeah. I think the Bills have had this, they went to a philosophy of, we know everybody eats, right? But the other part of the philosophy is, what specific skill set do we need to match up? And as our buddy Carl Jones pointed out, a few months ago, the receiver room needs to be kind of like a basketball team in a lot of ways. You have your point guard, you have your shooting guard, your small forward. Everybody kind of brings a different skill set so that you can kind of match up on the field the way you want to against certain defenses and how you want to run your offense. So I think that's kind of been their philosophy. So if a guy comes open now who is a really good receiver, yeah, he's really good, but where does he fit skill set wise and everything we're specifically trying to do, right? That's got to be the first question.
Right, because right now, I think the Bills, they have a lot of over the middle of the field guys. They have a lot of guys that are very good yards after catch. You can throw the ball to Khalil Shakir at the line of scrimmage. He's dangerous. You throw the ball to Curtis Samuel, a healthy Curtis Samuel at the line of scrimmage. He's dangerous. Coleman last year. Coleman had some of the best yards after catch numbers in the league last year. I think that was over expected. He can be dangerous there. Kincaid even at times. But that guy that can line up with press coverage on the line of scrimmage, be able to win right at the line, and get open, like that to me is the one skill set I don't fully believe they have, and it comes down to whether Coleman can be that player. And also how important that player really is. Last year I would say they didn't have a great player that did all that. Matt Collins did a serviceable job, and what did it result in? They still were a top offense, and they still found a way. They just might not feel like that's that important of a role or a complete necessity, that Coleman can come in and be pretty good, and that's all they really need for the offense to churn.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the conversation all offseason is still going to be, until we see it, Coleman and Kincaid.
Right.
Because, even though he's not a wide receiver, Dalton Kincaid fits into this for everything you're talking about. Like, they have to win in that intermediate range. They have to have that guy with the skill set Keon Coleman has. Those are the two things that just kind of didn't hit last year that they expected to hit.
Yep. 803-0550 is the phone number. Other standouts from practice yesterday? Anybody in the defensive side of the football? We spent a lot of time this morning on the offense.
I think just the pure size and presence of these young defensive linemen.
Dion Walker is huge.
Yeah,
I'm trying to. You said this yesterday about your mentality for these early practices. I am trying not to get too excited about him yet, just by looking at him like that guy just looks like he should be a dominant football player.
Yeah.
Dion Walker.
Landon Jackson too. He's a big guy, right?
Jackson.
I mean, he just kind of stands out. Yes, actually, there was a player who I thought he just jumped out at me yesterday. Matt Milano. I mean, Matt Milano was doing Matt Milano things yesterday, where he is so good at just diagnosing the play and getting to a spot better than anybody else. And it's like a running back with vision that, like Shady had this vision, right?
Yep.
When you watched LaShawn McCoy run, you could tell he had this vision that he saw guys where other people might not have seen him. That's Matt Milano running to a spot to make a tackle. He just gets there so efficiently compared to everybody else. And that is so critical for trying to make that stop 1 or 2 yards maybe before somebody else would be able to put a team in a 3rd and long or keep them at a 4th down.
Yep.
And yesterday he made a couple plays like that. There was one early on a toss sweep, power sweep, and he made a great play to just get to exactly where he's supposed to be, get through the blockers. No one really got a hand on him. He made what would have been a tackle for loss, but obviously in this situation they just keep running. But clearly it would have been a tackle for loss.
Yeah. I mean, his health, if he can – there was a good clip from – maybe playing a little bit. Aaron Schatz was on the Mina Kimes show yesterday. His FTN Almanac just came out. And, by the way, he's got the Bills the number 1 division favorite in the league. He talked a lot about their third down defense and how last year – and we know this – their third down defense was bad. Like, it was one of the worst in football. And one reason that he gave about, like, really we can just go down the list of players on who they added and just say, oh, they should be better because they added all these guys. Aaron Schatz kind of got into like why he thinks that, and he thinks it's third downs. Like these Michael Hoyt and Milano being healthy, I think he did mention as well. These different pieces that the Bills are going to either have back or are going to have on defense. That specific situation last year, they didn't have it. And
that's a good point.
This year, if Milano's on the field, that is Dorian Williams is fast, but could still be exposed in coverage in those obvious passing situations. Milano being that half step quicker could really that could be your improvement on third down. Let alone Bosa getting to the quarterback and, Hairston maybe being able to solidify cornerback 2, Bishop being a different athletic profile than what they've had. Milano is not viewed as like an addition to the defense, but he really could end up being that if he's able to stay healthy.
I mean, when did he come back? What game was his first game? L.A.?
Did he play against the Lions?
He did.
Although the LA game was before the Lions game, wasn't it?
The LA, yeah. He maybe got his more significant time against the Lions. I'm looking at third down conversions pre and post Milano. Not that there's too much to discern here.
Yeah.
Less than 50% the Lions converted.
Okay.
New England had a high percentage rate. New England was good on third down that day when they came to Buffalo.
That's the backups, though, right?
No, that was the first time.
Oh, you're the
played.
first time. The first
then
time.
Then the Jets were at 44, and then New England in Week 18, 33. Not much to get there. And then in the playoffs, third down, they still 70%. The Ravens, boy, if the Bills don't take the ball away, the Bills don't take a ball away from the Ravens. Like, it's a different game. But, hey, they took the ball away. That's the game. That's what they did.
Their game plan was they would get them to make a couple of mistakes.
And they did, and give them credit for that.
And the quarterback made a couple, and then that's even before Andrews does, too. And this year, maybe they don't have to get those mistakes. 803-0550 is the phone number. On those division odds, play around with that when we come back. The FTN Almanac being out. Also, there's a quarterback battle going on in the NFL right now that I wrote off as being a quarterback battle, and it feels like it's very much back on.
All right.
Anthony Richardson might have arrived back on the scene for Indy. We'll see. 803-0550 is the phone number. Matt Perino coming up at 8 a.m. We're live here at St. John Fisher. It's a nice morning. Kind of looks like it wants to rain, but I don't think it's supposed to. You ever look at the sky like it wants to rain?
Yes.
I think that's what we have right now, but I'm not sure if we're actually going to get it. We'll keep you updated if you're coming out to camp. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Sal is in, and this is WGR. So yesterday at practice, bounce back day for Keon Coleman. I said that in the first segment. Would you agree with that as a descriptor?
Yeah, but I didn't
think he played bad in the first one?
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily would put that on him in the first one. And again, lots happening, and I know somebody saw him. He didn't catch a pass the first day, I guess, right? They also worked a lot of red zone, and you think, okay, well, he'd be good in the red zone. I didn't see him getting a ton of reps versus some of the other guys that are working in, right?
Yep.
So, again, they're working everybody in. Here's what I'll tell you about yesterday, all right? He yesterday this is a part of a bigger picture we can talk about, Joe. My headline at WGR550.com was about how this team really worked the intermediate passing game yesterday. Mm-hmm. And Keon Coleman was very vital in that. The two guys who really stood out to me yesterday, Keon Coleman was number 2. Curtis Samuel was number 1.
Okay.
Keon Coleman had a couple nice plays, couple nice catches. One, he was crossing about 25 yards downfield, I think it was. Josh threw a bullet, hit him as he was crossing, caught the ball, turned upfield, got loose. I think, yes, that was one of the plays he made. Early in practice, they're going quarterback to receiver. You know how they do this.
Yep.
I go down, I'm shooting some video. I posted this video over on X at Sal Sports. You see it from behind Josh. Keon runs an in-cut. Josh hits him maybe 10 yards downfield. And what I really loved, super impressive, I mean, he caught it, and he stuck his foot in the ground and turned right upfield. Now, a lot of times, and it may sound super easy and super simple when I say that's the job of a receiver. Mm-hmm. But even at this level, a lot of times you'll see a guy on an in-cut catch a ball, and he kind of stays on that path for 2 steps or so before he kind of gets upfield, gradually turns upfield. If you can catch it, stick your foot in the ground, and get upfield, man, you're splitting safeties, you're getting extra yards no matter what. And he did it, and then he did it basically again in the 11-on-11 when he caught that pass 25 yards downfield.
Do you feel that people have a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback and this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop-off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good
what's
way to
the
put
wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't talk about that part.
Yeah.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to
That's
judge.
one, though, where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either, 1, a quarterback injury, or 2, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like, maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is.
Day 3 of Bills training camp is here with practice getting underway at 9:45. Quick injury update from Day 2. Defensive end A.J. Epinesa and linebacker Dorian Williams both left practice early. Williams was seen exiting the locker room and walking up steps with a sleeve covering his lower right leg. Tight end Dawson Knox, who is on the non-football injured list with a hamstring injury, was on the field working with trainers off to the side. And offensive tackle Spencer Brown on the physically unable to participate list with a back injury. For more on Day 2 of Buffalo Bills training camp, our own Sal Capaccio has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL, the Vegas Raiders released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Raiders voided the remaining $35.2 million of guaranteed money left on Wilkins' contract last month. The Raiders' decision is reportedly due to how Wilkins treated the rehab from his foot injury he suffered last season. Browns running back Jerome Ford, with a minor injury, did not practice on Thursday. Justin Fields suffered a dislocated toe at training camp yesterday, and the Falcons released cornerback Kevin King. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Would you welcome a return there, or has that run its course?
Listen, I'm open to whatever I feel like is the best option. If Buffalo is that best option, obviously, I will take it. That's definitely something that I will do. And I know the system very well. I know the guys very well. And I feel like I can contribute big there like I have in the past. So, Buffalo's definitely could be a team that I end up being on. We'll see. I don't know.
That is Gabriel Davis on the Kay Adams show yesterday. She asked him directly about the Bills. And he does say in there, Sal, I could see it and I think I could produce there. I know the guys. But both at the beginning of his answer and at the end there, he kind of sounds like somebody that doesn't really think that's on the radar at all.
No, and I don't think it's on the radar here from this standpoint, unless something were to happen, maybe at the position,
right?
And they felt like they had to go out, and add to the group. But I agree. Honestly, if you played that clip for me, I know by what he said, I would say it's Gabe Davis. It did not sound like Gabe Davis to me. When you started playing that, I didn't realize that was Gabe Davis, and I've talked to Gabe a lot in my life.
Yeah. Is that just because it's been a couple of years, or does he have a voice that's kind of...
Maybe it's just a connection or whatever, but I'm like, who is this talking? And then I realized who it was simply because of what they were talking about.
Right. And that is, that's Davis. How many of the Bills do you think you would know just by voice?
Ooh, not a lot right
90-man roster is a tough time to ask that question.
Right.
But if we get it down to 53, you think you would know 30 of them by just their voice?
I'm going to go 50%.
50%?
50% on a 53-man roster.
Like Josh, you would know, obviously. Yeah. Would you know James Cook's voice just by James Cook's voice?
I would.
Okay.
A few receivers I wouldn't.
How about Curtis Samuel?
Yeah, I think I would. I've talked to Curtis a few times.
Okay.
I think I would.
Him, I feel like I would have no idea.
Even I think Joey Bosa I'd get because he kind of just signed, and remember the press conference, he has this kind of distinct voice.
Yep. Tre'Davious White.
Oh, yeah.
Is an easy one.
Dion.
For sure. Yeah, Dion for sure. Mm-hmm. We're going to get to, by the way, speaking of, Bills talking, I saw one player that looks like he's going to get featured on Hard Knocks.
Really?
That was walking around yesterday. I'll mention that in a second, but Cliff in Kentucky is waiting on hold. What's up, Cliff?
Hey, guys, I got two questions for you. What rookie besides Madden Max has stood out so far? And I'm not going to ask you to tell me which player, but usually at the end of this, Brandon Beane usually trades like a position that we have too much of and get some value like a 4th or a 5th round pick. If we were to say a position has too much and, Brandon Beane trades, what position should we look for that we have a surplus of? Go Bills and go Cats.
Yeah, and
Thanks,
listen, was he in Kentucky? He said go Cats?
He was in Kentucky, yes.
All right, well, I'll go right to your Kentucky guy. We'll go back to Deion Walker. I mean, he's just his body is so impressive. I can't say that anybody's looked like, oh, my God, blowing off the charts plays they're making as a rookie. But I look at Deion Walker and say, oh, my God, like he's a man, right? And he's a football player. And he really stands out like that. So that's to answer your question there. I'll even go further, and you said I'm not going to ask you what player, but I do wonder at the end of this process if you – now, because of the Michael Hoyt suspension, it makes it way tougher, but they have a bit of a surplus at defensive end. And then you think about a guy like A.J. Epinesa going into the last year of his contract, and I'm not going to sit here and predict that he necessarily gets traded. Javon Solomon, right? He's a guy – he's kind of like a Bam Johnson a few years ago, right?
Yeah,
Not the same size player. He's a smaller size guy, but you had a guy on your team, special teams, pass rusher maybe, not going to fit here, not going to have a spot. A.J. Epinesa, he's now in his second contract, going in the final year of his contract, though. I think defensive end is an area here, Joe, where they could have some decisions to make and maybe a surplus. And then I'll say also offensive line.
Yeah.
And I wonder, you have a guy in Ryan Vandermark specifically who had been a healthy scratch last year, who didn't win the swing tackle job. He did 2 years ago, but Tylon Grable took that from him last year.
Right.
And then when Tylon Grable got hurt, Vandermark was the guy. But it's Tylon Grable's job, and what I've seen out here, it still is. So is Ryan Vandermark a guy where, okay, yeah, we'll definitely keep him around, or you know what, he's got some value. I think those are the positions, but those are two guys I think about.
Yeah. And the end position, you're right, the Hoyt suspension makes it trickier because you need guys to play early in the year. The Baltimore game, right away, whoever wins that game basically is a 2-game lead for the 1 seed. Like, there are going to be important games early on. And without Hoyt, if Hoyt was not suspended, I'd be sitting here right now saying, trading A.J. Epinesa frees up $6 million on your salary cap. Trading him, not cutting him. I don't think cutting him frees up anything. You trade him, $6 million. You don't have many spots anyway. If you like Javon Solomon, get a pick, get an asset. But I don't have Michael Hoyt. And Epinesa is reliable and knows the defense and is a veteran at this point. So are they going to want to do that when they might need veterans? Feel like they need veterans early on to play. What's tricky about that is when Hoyt comes back, maybe you could get to, all right, now it's week 7, we're out of the bye, he's returning, and we have too many guys we like. Maybe then they decide to trade somebody in the middle of the season, but that would be assuming everyone's healthy. Yeah.
I think that's the key, though, Joe. By the time you get to week 7, there's some bumps and bruises.
Right.
So you're like, okay, now we're getting Michael Hoyt back, and he fits right in. Because right now you look at it. To me, here's the roster I'll show you.
Yep.
Rousseau, Bosa, Epinesa, and let's not count Hoyt. You still have Javon Solomon, Landon Jackson. That's 5.
That's 5.
Right?
Yep.
If you keep Hoyt, you're not keeping 6 defensive ends in the roster. You know why I say that? Because you're also keeping 5 defensive tackles. Oliver, Daquan Jones, DeJuan Carter, T.J. Sanders, and Deion Walker are making it. Larry Ogunjobi suspended.
Yeah.
So if you count Ogunjobi and Hoyt, you got 6 on each. You're not doing
12
that.
12 linemen is
Who's
too
not
many.
making it? There's going to be a spot not open for somebody. Somebody doesn't have a chair at the end of it. What I wonder, too, is how do you divvy up the reps on defensive line, knowing that Hoyt and Ogunjobi are not going to be around for 6 weeks? Do you kind of use them up and get their reps going in preseason because they're not going to be with you? Because, Joe, those reps are valuable to those young guys who have to play early on as well. I don't know how they're going to do this in the preseason.
They might. The reps is going to be tough. They might just really say, we're going to go 5-5, and we know it'll be 6-6 when Ogunjobi and Hoyt return, but we're going to just play it by year because there's a good chance that we have injuries. It happens, right? And if one guy's injured at both, then that kind of makes it a little bit easier. And if not, then you cross that bridge when you get there.
You teased the Hard Knocks thing.
The Hard Knocks thing.
I want to know what player this is.
Following around, there was a camera crew that was following around one player yesterday, and I saw point out that he's going to be featured.
Ooh.
And I would assume in the first episode, like the stuff that they're filming in the last 2 days, I would assume that's episode number 1. August 5th is in my head. I think it's August 5th.
It's that Tuesday, I think, whatever that is, yeah. Tuesday.
Khalil Shakir.
Oh.
Yeah, Khalil Shakir is a feature early on. And I like that. I mean, it's a big commercial for all the Bills and the important players and coaches that aren't Josh Allen. Like everyone knows Josh Allen, and he'll be part of this too, of course. But it's a good opportunity to tell the story of a lot of guys, and for the football world to get to know good players that maybe they're not that familiar with. And Shakir's very, top of mind on that list. So not surprising to see him be one of the first guys featured. Who else would you assume is going? I feel like Ray Davis is inevitable because of the Big Brothers Big Sisters program that he's very involved with, and he's got a personality.
I think Dion just immediately.
Dion
was in the tent yesterday. Dion Dawkins. Dion was in the tent yesterday with his whole family.
Yeah.
He did the press conference with his 3 kids and his wife, and he said, "I love the camera. Shout out to Hard Knocks. I love being on. Like, guys shy away from it. That's not me. I love this." And I think that stuff is going to show, but how much do they really follow him around? Like you said with Khalil Shakir.
Yep.
Khalil's interesting because he's really good for what the Bills probably want out of this, right? Like from a standpoint of if you go to the Bills and say, hey, we need a guy who's good with the media, we're going to follow around, it becomes a story. The Bills are thinking, well, we don't want a distraction. We don't want a guy who, you're probably going to pick a guy at some point that's fighting for a job, but, we kind of want the good PR out of it and a guy that's going to be able to handle this and a guy that's not going to do anything wrong or say anything wrong. You know what? Khalil Shakir is a great guy for this.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it makes sense for fans watching at home versus other players.
Yep. I mean,
he's fine, but is there a real storyline with Khalil Shakir?
More
just got
more
paid.
than just his growth as a player and getting paid and what he means to the offense. No, right. There's nothing controversial about him. Really, the only player they could have done anything like that with, you mentioned maybe your roster bubble player they could have done that with, or they could have done it with Cook. They could have done that.
Could have done it.
But you don't even know if James Cook's going to give you any. He's here. He's practicing. I mean, the most maybe he'll give you is what he gave yesterday in the press conference.
I mean, I thought about. Yeah, we talk about roster bubble. I thought about even a guy like Joe Andreessen, local kid.
That's a good one.
Right?
That's a really good one.
Is that someone that they focus a little bit on?
Buffalo Joe.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, but I'll be watching for that now. Khalil Shakir, I didn't know that.
Quickly before the break, Jay in Rochester. What's up, Jay?
Hey, morning. Heading out to training camp this morning. Just wanted to get a quick take on the defensive side as well, to piggyback off the last caller. You mentioned the depth on defensive line. And, given the fact that our nickel base with the best nickel defense in the NFL, Teron Johnson, but, I mean, with our depth in defensive line and 3 great starting linebackers, Matt Milano, Terrell Bernard, and Dorian Williams, you see any possibility of us incorporating a 3-4 or 4-3 defense this year to stop the run, or we just going to go nickel? Thanks for the take.
Yeah, I don't see a 3-4. Other than in real specialty situations, you see a 4th linebacker on the field. I don't know what that would be. I do think they play a little more 4-3 this year. I do, and I think that because of what we talked about, earlier, which is, third downs. I think part of the third down issue might have been also just when teams might have a 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 1, and they can big boy you a little bit, right? It doesn't have to be 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 9 converting passes, but in those situations, maybe that's where. Look, it's always been the conundrum in Buffalo. It's always been the conundrum with the Bills since they've had Taron Johnson in his truest form over the last several years, which is how do you justify taking Taron Johnson off the field, right, Joe? I mean, He's so good at what he does, but the reality is he's smaller. Teams take advantage of it, and the Bills have to have some sort of adjustment to counter that. And yes, I do. To answer your question, thanks for the call, Jay. I appreciate it, Jay. Enjoy your time up here, and safe travels wherever you're coming from. But I do think that they have to have an answer to teams doing that, and that might come in. Dorian Williams might be that guy who plays the 3rd linebacker when they go to that specific set. It's an interesting call for them. And look, I've asked Bobby Babich about this. We all have over the years, and he'll say it right away. It's always he has to decide that.
Yep.
This isn't something where we're thinking about it, but the team's like, no, it's totally we got it. They have to decide that every week. Do we take Taron out the field? Do we not? He's a great player, but he also is a little bit lighter, and teams could take advantage of us. So I do think that's something they have to think about.
Last year when they played Baltimore, Dorian Williams played about half the snaps on defense. Last year, Just looking this up real quick. 12 personnel against the Buffalo Bills and how much they saw it. And that can, your schedule is going to impact that, of course, as well. They were 15th in the league in how much 12 personnel they saw. So, middle of the pack, a little over 1,000 snaps on defense, and that's teams attacking you, trying to get bigger when Taron Johnson's on the field.
Yep.
And now, all right, you want to run 12 personnel? We got to throw a linebacker. And he's a very athletic one, and not to say if Dorian Williams were to get better in coverage, like, to me, I still feel like there's a really high ceiling for him. Like, I don't know how far I want to go with that because he's already played 2 years and he was pretty good. He was a third-round pick. He wasn't a first-round pick. It's that speed and size combination that he's got, though, that just has me thinking, like, if he can just get a little more polished at coverage. The guy's got 4.48 speed.
Yeah,
he ran a receiver 40.
He gets there in a hurry.
Yeah,
he gets in a hurry. The issue has been diagnosing it as fast as possible,
right,
and getting there under control.
Right.
There's a difference in getting there in a hurry and getting there under control.
Yep. 803-0550 is the phone number. Good question, Jay. When we come back, there was a sad death in the world of sports entertainment. Get to that when we come back.
The question was, outside of Josh Allen, who is the most important player the Bills cannot afford to lose?
Okay, that is definitely a topic we've had during the offseason. And what was your answer?
Boy, we ran through. I said I'm tempted to say Deion Dawkins.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it could be him because I'm not sure what you get out of 17 games at left tackle. Let's just say even 5-6 games, right?
Sure.
And you're not talking about one game here. As much as I love Joe Andreessen, could he handle middle linebacker for a long period of time? I'm not sure.
I did think of that, yeah.
And then I thought about Christian Benford. I mean, given the fact they're already having a competition at cornerback too, could you afford to – what if Benford was out any length of time?
I think did we not really see evidence of this? The answer last season was Christian Benford. He goes out in that AFC Championship game, and it was very hard for them to maintain – their defensive game plan without him in there. And that's not even just Kyrie Elam being in there. People forget Rasul Douglas got lit up a little bit in that AFC Championship game as well. Is he still the answer? That's a good question. Like, he would be near the top of the list, but would he be the next name after Josh Allen when I've got more options, maybe more trustworthy options than they would have had at corner not even a year ago, 7 months ago, when they would have taken the field? If it's Max Hairston, Trey White, and Dane Jackson, you're missing an amazing corner. And I think maybe one of the top 10 corners in the league. But, you're better off there. It really is tough because you're not. It's a combination of how good the player is and then how replaceable it is. Like, how good is the depth piece behind them? For Deion Dawkins, like, if he goes out, I'm knock on wood that none of this happens. If Deion Dawkins goes out, who's coming in? Immediate left tackle.
Probably Ryan Vandermark right now.
Okay.
And maybe Tylan Grable. One of them would. Okay. It would be one of those guys right now because I don't think you're moving Spencer Brown over to the left.
Do you feel that people have a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback and this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop-off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good way
what's
to put
the
it.
wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't talk about that part.
Yeah.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to.
That's
judge.
one though where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either one, a quarterback injury, or two, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is.
Slaves out there, Thunder Lips is here in the flesh, baby. The ultimate male versus the ultimate meatball.
R.I.P. Hulk Hogan, also known as, if you're not a big wrestling fan like me, you knew him as Thunder Lips from Rocky IV, which was a fun little beginning of that movie. Big Hulk Hogan guy at all? Wrestling growing up? Not really?
Oh, yeah. I was a big wrestling fan growing up. I became less of a wrestling fan later in life. Like, I don't follow it anymore.
Yep.
But I used to. And that was my first introduction to Hulk Hogan. But
in Rocky IV?
Yes.
Yeah.
But then he became Hulk Hogan to me.
Right.
And it was always Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. And, they teamed up. And, Hulk Hogan, Sergeant Slaughter, and that group, right?
Yeah.
I was a big Jimmy Superfly Snuka fan. That's who my guy was. Roddy Piper. Used to watch Piper's Pit every single week.
Okay.
Had to be on must-watch TV, right? I was a big wrestling fan. This is a tough one. This one hits. This is this has been a tough week for losing people.
Ozzy Osbourne earlier in the
week. I mean, yeah.
Hulk Hogan at 71
Theo Huxtable,
yesterday.
Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Right, yeah.
Right, earlier the week. And
that one very tragic. Drowns in Costa Rica. Yeah.
Yes.
Holy cow.
But I mean, Ozzy and then Hulk. I mean, you're talking about in the world of entertainment in two different realms.
Yeah.
Like two of the titans of my generation and maybe even a little bit before. They're both a little bit older than me.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, these are two people that had indelible marks through the 80s and 70s, 80s, 90s, and over the last, half century.
Right. I saw the clips. I guess I know him from Rocky IV. I know him from the slam against picking up Andre the Giant at WrestleMania, and a lot of what you're talking about. I am not very familiar with that era of wrestling where he returned with the different colored goatee, like he had the black goatee but with the yellow mustache still against The Rock at WrestleMania in probably 1998.
It's Rocky III, by the way, he's in.
Oh, it's Rocky III?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, he wasn't 4. 4 was against the Russian. That was Drago.
Right, because the early fight in 4 is Drago.
So it was 3.
Apollo.
So I'm looking because I wanted to find out what
sense.
year it came out. It makes sense. 82.
1982.
So that would make sense. So I'm 9 at the time, and I hadn't really known about Hulk as a wrestler.
So is that him in that movie, that's before he's really like a superstar in wrestling, or
I don't know. I know
around the same time.
It's around the same time. I would say, as a 9-year-old, I didn't know him as a wrestler yet because I wasn't super into it.
Right.
But I think after that movie, he became like the Hulkster, Hulk Hogan, and everything that he became. How popular he was.
Right. 803-0550, the phone number. Matt Perino coming up next. NewYorkUpstate.com, Syracuse.com going to join us. Him and Ryan Talbot doing their show from training camp. We'll get his thoughts on practice. He might have some Hulk Hogan memories as well. Matt, a big UFC guy. I'm not sure about wrestling. We'll ask him. Matt's coming up next. Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Sal is in, and this is WGR. Do you feel that people have a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback and this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop-off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good
what's
way to
the
put it.
wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't talk about that part.
Yeah.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to.
That's
judge.
one though where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either one, a quarterback injury, or two, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like, maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is. So yesterday at practice, bounce back day for Keon Coleman. I said that in the first segment. Like, would you agree with that as a descriptor?
Yeah, but I didn't.
You didn't think he played bad in the first one?
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily would put that on him in the first one. And again, lots happening, and I know somebody saw him. He didn't catch a pass the first day, I guess, right? They also worked a lot of red zone, and you think, okay, well, he'd be good in the red zone. I didn't see him getting a ton of reps versus some of the other guys they're working in, right?
Yep.
So, again, they're working everybody in. Here's what I'll tell you about yesterday, all right? He yesterday this is a part of a bigger picture we can talk about, Joe. My headline at WGR550.com was about how this team really worked the intermediate passing game yesterday. Mm-hmm. And Keon Coleman was very vital in that. The two guys who really stood out to me yesterday, Keon Coleman was number 2. Curtis Samuel was number 1.
Okay.
But Keon Coleman had a couple nice plays, couple nice catches. One, he was crossing about a good 25 yards downfield, I think it was. Josh threw a bullet, hit him as he was crossing, caught the ball, turned upfield, got loose. I think, yes, that was one of the plays he made. Early in practice, they're going quarterback to receiver. You know how they do this.
Yep.
I go down, I'm shooting some video. I posted this video over on X at Sal Sports. You see it from behind Josh. Keon runs an in-cut. Josh hits him maybe 10 yards downfield. And what I really loved, super impressive, I mean, he caught it, and he stuck his foot in the ground and turned right upfield. Now, a lot of times, and it may sound super easy and super simple when I say that's the job of a receiver. Mm-hmm. But even at this level, a lot of times you'll see a guy on an in-cut catch a ball, and he kind of stays on that path for 2 steps or so before he kind of gets upfield, gradually turns upfield. If you can catch it, stick your foot in the ground, and get upfield, man, you're splitting safeties, you're getting extra yards no matter what. And he did it, and then he did it basically again in the 11-on-11 when he caught that pass 25 yards downfield.
Day 3 of Bills training camp is here with practice getting underway at 9:45. Quick injury update from Day 2. Defensive end A.J. Epinesa and linebacker Dorian Williams both left practice early. Williams was seen exiting the locker room and walking up steps with a sleeve covering his lower right leg. Tight end Dawson Knox, who is on the non-football injured list with a hamstring injury, was on the field working with trainers off to the side. Offensive tackle Spencer Brown remains on the physically unable to participate list with a back injury. For more on Day 2 of Bills training camp, our own Sal Capaccio has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL, Vegas Raiders released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Raiders voided the remaining $35.2 million of guaranteed money left on Wilkins' contract last month. Raiders' decision is reportedly due to how Wilkins treated the rehab from his foot injury he suffered last season. Browns running back Jerome Ford did not practice yesterday. Justin Fields suffered a dislocated toe in camp yesterday, and the Falcons released cornerback Kevin King. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Keon's his hardest critic, right? And I love that about him. I don't want to pigeonhole him to say, like, hey, this is what he has to do, and if he doesn't do this, he's not taking a step. Like, I have so much confidence in Keon. Maybe I'm clearly higher on how Keon played last year based off some of the questions I've gotten. But I love his approach, his mindset. He goes out there again. Once the pads come on, that's when I believe truly wide receiver play happens. The physicality element, when DBs have their hands on you, being able to make the plays. But I love Keon's approach. He's one of the smartest wide receivers we have.
Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady on Keon Coleman. Good morning. Here at training camp at St. John Fisher. It's a nice, pleasant day right now. The clouds are out. It's not as hot yet as it was yesterday. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio, Jeremy White is off this morning, and Matt Perino sitting down with us, took the walk over, gave him an extra hour to sleep in from when we asked Matt Beauvais to come in yesterday. Went out for some wings last night?
Yeah, we went out to wings, but it was so busy at Barbell that we decided, John Scott, he's not a very patient man. So, we were sitting there waiting for some food, and we ended up going somewhere else. But it was a really cool event. Sal and Matt, we wanted to go out and support a little bit. Yep. They had a great job. And it's so funny. I was talking to I met a fan. Her name was Kim. And she's like, this is so cool that every time this year, we came last year, it's like all the Bills reporters come together at one thing, and it's like it's cool to just go around and just talk about the Bills to all these different people, and it's always cool, and I was glad to go out.
Love it, man. Thank you for the support. We love that, and we support you as well. You got a lot going on with the Shout podcast. You guys are going to take it on location as well. Tell everybody about it.
Yeah, we'll be at Dorado on August 7th.
Okay.
And
nice.
So what we do every year is, Wingnuts, we do the monthly event there back in Buffalo.
Yep.
They'll actually bring up a pop-up event, and they'll cook like 2,000 wings for the day. They'll open it like noon and do it all the way almost through close.
1,000 wings.
Yeah, it's crazy. The first year they did like 1,000, and they ran out, so they had to run to like Wegmans or wherever and try to pick up some more. So now they're coming fully stocked. So we'll do that on August 7th. That'll be like a camp wrap-up show.
All right. When they cook 2,000 wings, are they just going like normal flavors? Do they mix it up?
It's normal flavors, but they got all of them. Like so they're
doing a little of everything.
They're doing a little of everything. Their signature sauce is what they're really known for, but they're going they got the full gambit.
Yeah. So you mentioned the Shout podcast that you do with Ryan Talbot, and knowing you were coming on this morning, I'm like, let me check out what they were talking about yesterday. And you guys were talking about a name that I had never heard of before. Or, like, maybe I don't know the 80th through 90th guys on the roster as well as I should, because Paris Shand was the guy that you guys were talking about yesterday?
Yeah. So I shared a clip on my Twitter account or X account, whatever, and Ryan is known for his dad jokes.
Uh-huh.
So he said after the first 2 days of practice, we should probably give Paris a shand
and
started clapping like this. And I'm like, okay, Ryan, relax.
Brutal.
But no, Paris Shand is a guy that the pads aren't on yet, right? Like, so we got to be careful with overreacting to a couple of days where this really puts guys in position that are fast off the line to really have some success, I think. But 2 days in a row, undrafted free agent, played at LSU. I think that it's at the very least worth noting that he's having some real success against the second and third team. And then yesterday, because A.J. Epinesa goes out during practice, he ends up getting a first-team rep and beat, I think it was Deion Dawkins. I mean, I was on the other side. Okay. I couldn't kind of see through all of the commotion. But he's had a really good start to camp. So now, at the very least, he's got to be one of these guys that a lot of people don't know about that has to jump onto the radar.
And as you mentioned, pads aren't on yet. And that's where it's kind of tough because yesterday, I'm out there and, Deion Walker looks noticeable. But how much stock can you take in it when the pads aren't on yet? And that will happen, in probably about a week or so. So
people have asked me in the bullpen today, the chat box, we call it the bullpen, about pads. And I will say we don't know definitively. Yeah. Usually my guess is, Matt, maybe Monday, because I think they like to go this first round and then maybe get their legs back under them on Sunday when they get back. But I'm not totally positive on that.
Yeah. So who has stood out to you while we're on the defense? And this could still be the linemen. We just mentioned the pads haven't come on. Hairston, maybe a little bit of a story early on, especially in day one. But who have you liked other than Paris Shand?
Yeah, you mentioned Deion Walker, and I think just from a size profile, the math's changed for me just based on talking to him Wednesday and knowing how ready he feels physically, because that was the big question mark with him. Like, how much was that back injury that he played through last? It was a stress fracture in his back at 331 pounds. That gets you a little bit worried about, all right, maybe you want to take it very, very slow. But he said the last 6 weeks, they've been doing nothing but core and glute exercises to get him ready for the grind of training camp. He's looked outstanding. And, again, making plays on the first team. If guys are making plays on the third team against, Mike Edwards and some of the other interior offensive linemen or Travis Clayton, who is a former rugby player, that's a little bit different because, the level, there's levels to this. Walker's done it against anybody he's gone up against through the first 2 days of training camp. And just the size profile, this guy could be a difference maker. I was banging the table for years that I thought the Bills should go out and find somebody that can be a difference maker from just a matchup perspective. And that's what I think he could be. And you don't have to ask him to play 50% of the snaps. This could be a 20 to 25% of the snaps type of player that could come in and give you immediate juice. And then you allow some of the, I say smaller guys, they're still pretty big, TJ Sanders, Larry Ogunjobi, Dwayne Carter. These guys are flying around as well the first 2 days. I think Dwayne Carter's looked absolutely outstanding through 2 days of practice.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the size of Deion Walker, right? I mean, it just stands out to you when you see him out on the field, right? One thing we were talking about, Matt, and what do you think the Bills' best course of action here is with how to divvy up the reps in preseason with Hoyt and Ogunjobi suspended? You have the philosophy of, hey, they got to get their time in now, and we'll kind of take some time off the other guys because they're not going to be around for 6 weeks. But at the same time, we got to get these young guys ready to play. They got to get reps in the preseason. If they play, then Hoyt and Ogunjobi don't. Then when they come back in after week 6, they haven't really done anything.
Right. I still don't think you want to get them their reps, but I don't think Ogunjobi is a guy. He's a plug-and-play guy. I think that if he's out for the first 6 weeks as a veteran, I'm not super concerned about fitting him back in. And Hoyt seems like a dude that just eats, sleeps, and breathes football. I don't think you're going to have a problem getting him back into the mix once he comes back, and they'll do their own things to stay ready. I think the priority should be the guys that are going to play from the jump because there's no off day to start. You got Baltimore Ravens week 1. You need TJ Sanders, Dwayne Carter, and Deion Walker to be ready to go because they're going to very likely play significant roles. Landon Jackson on the outside, what are you going to do with him? What kind of packages are you going to put him out there in? Are you going to rely upon Epinesa and Rousseau? Is Joey Bosa going to be a little bit of a splash player where you're not playing him a ton? Well, if that's the case, you're going to need a Javon Solomon year 2 or a Landon Jackson in year 1 to play a pretty prominent role on the edge. I don't think you can mess around with that. I think you got to get them ready to go in the preseason so that, your first priority's got to be out of the gate, winning as many games as you can through those first 6 games while they're not there.
Yeah, that week 1 game, you really could put anything in this context of how important that game is. If you care about the 1 seed, I very much do, and I think this team does. That game is the other team. You're the co-favorites right now to win the AFC, and that team you play in week 1 is the other co-favorite. And if you win that game, it really is it's the equal of a 2-game lead for the entire season. Like, you start ahead. And what's Baltimore probably going to do to you? But if I'm Baltimore and I'm looking at, okay, the 2 veterans they signed unavailable to start the year, I got Derrick Henry, I got this offensive line that I like, what am I going to do? I'm probably going to test those young defensive linemen with my run game, which last year was statistically one of the best run games we've ever seen.
Right. And with Lamar, like, you probably are going to spend that last preseason game in a weird way starting a game plan. Like, I'll be interested to see, like, what, I don't know how much Sean would reveal about this, but, like, most of the time you go through the preseason, you're not, like, game planning per se, but, like, you're going to be starting to get those guys ready from a mental perspective to deal with Lamar Jackson, whether it be in a practice setting, whether it be in how you deploy them in the game. And I don't know if you can really mimic that. Who are they playing? The Tampa Bay Bucks? I don't know who their backup quarterbacks are.
Not sure.
I don't think Baker Mayfield will play in that game. But I think it's just about getting those guys ready. And you're right. It's going to be a huge game, and it's one that the Ravens have circled on their calendar already, right? We saw some of the commentary coming out of that camp about that they felt like they should have won that game, right? Like, they felt like they outplayed them, and I think that there's going to be a lot of emotion in that game. Is it a Sunday night game?
Sunday night game to start week 1. Yep. Kyle Trask, by the way, is the backup quarterback. I do not believe he's the guy that you want for those types of looks. On the offensive side of the ball, Keon Coleman through 2 days. Would you describe it as up and down? He didn't make a catch in day 1. I don't know if that means he had a bad day. But yesterday he certainly made a couple of plays that were noticeable over the middle of the field.
I think the context that you have to have when you think about his first day was that Christian Benford was just in his bag, right? Like, he was flying around. He was just draped on Keon Coleman for that entire practice. And to get a fresh, healthy, and energetic Christian Benford out of the gates, I'm not really going to kill the guy for struggling to come up with a couple catches. What I really thought about yesterday was his ability to flush that day, come back very first play in 7-on-7. Josh Allen throws it to Keon Coleman, almost like a statement like, we're going to get you going today. Like, this is your, because in a lot of ways, I know that Keon Coleman isn't, like, talked about as, like, wide receiver 1 necessarily, but he is, right? Like, he is the biggest acquisition from a draft perspective for the Bills on the roster right now. And I think in a lot of ways they need him to be wide receiver 1, whether that means playing off of Josh Palmer, if Josh Palmer might be 1A and he's 1B, however you want to, figure that out. I think Keon Coleman yesterday made a couple of plays where he showed some separation. I think the Bills defensively were doing a few things differently. Can't get too much into that. But, like, he won where he was supposed to win. He was physical. I thought his footwork yesterday was really good. There was one play where he put his foot in the ground on a quick comeback route and just dropped Trey White where he stood because it was such a good move. Comes back, and it's an easy catch. Those are where Keon Coleman, I think, is going to make his money. Because I want to see more from him after the catch this season. He's physical. He can run after the catch, and he's not super fast, but I think that's where he gets his competitive spirit takes over. I think he could be a little bit more of a rack player than even he was last year.
And I saw a little bit of that yesterday, that 25-yard catch downfield. He's crossing over, then he took it, and I tweeted out a play he made, a catch he made in the warm-up period where he caught the ball, stuck his foot in the ground, and went upfield, right? That's the kind of thing you need from that guy. I agree with you. Were you over there for James Cook? Were you at the press? Okay. What? I just want to make sure first. What did you think about what he said about being here but still wanting to get paid, where he views himself in the league?
It's the thing we were saying in the whole lead up to this thing, and is that, like, nobody that covers this team locally ever thought that he was not going to be here for training camp. He said as much.
Right.
And I think you can have two things at play. I think you could want a new contract and also want to try to go win a Super Bowl in a contract year where, this might be the best opportunity James Cook has to win a Super Bowl. Like, I don't think that that's lost on him. If he signs a contract elsewhere after this season, depending on where he goes, I mean, maybe the Carolina Panthers are willing to give him $15 million per season. I got to tell you, you're probably not competing for a championship anytime soon. So I think that like juggling those two things has been a challenge, but at the same time, there's been a level of maturity with the way that he's handled it, which is interesting to say because I think you could argue early in the offseason with the cryptic posts and all that, that maybe there was a lack of maturity. But I just think that's a product of the times.
Yeah.
Like your representatives, his brother went through his own contract battles, and I'd imagine he's in his ear a little bit. Every interaction I've ever had with James Cook has been positive. I think he's a great dude. He doesn't say a lot, but he's loved in the locker room. I think he's punched in for work. He's ready to go chase a championship, and you'll see where the cards, where the dice fall, I guess, after the season. And the other thing is, I've said all along, I don't expect a deal to get done before the season because I just do think that they're that far apart. But I do think like this pulls on your heartstrings a little bit from an organizational perspective, knowing how much he wants that deal and how much he's willing to be here and do it and the things that he's saying and the way that he's going about it. I almost think that can earn you a couple million, I guess, on the negotiating table in a way, because in the locker room, like hearing Dion talk about him yesterday too, these guys are just all about James Cook. Joe Brady as well. I don't think there's a bigger advocate for James Cook than Joe Brady.
Do you buy into what he said yesterday about playing more on third downs? He not just said that he wants to, he said that he will play more on third downs. You also have a running back that Josh Allen called last year, and Ty Johnson, one of the best third down running backs in the league. And he made plays all throughout the year. The Denver catch is still incredible. Do you buy that Cook will have an expanded role in the offense in general, and that maybe third downs would be the place that would happen?
I think he does have to have an expanded role in that area, because you can't be in a situation where games on the line in the playoffs against the Chiefs, and he's been your best player all game, and then he doesn't sniff the field on the final drive. Like, from an organizational perspective, like, you need to fix that. Like, what that means, getting to a place where you can trust him to be out there, or, just allowing him to be out there. Like, I think what he's saying is, we're not going to be in that situation again, because I'm going to demand to be out there. And I don't hate that from him, because I think you want your best players on the field in those big moments, especially from a pass catching perspective. Like, he wasn't as, I don't want to say good, he wasn't as productive as a receiver last year as I probably would have projected in training camp, based on everything that they said when they drafted him. And I think that there's, the drops were an issue at times in his first two seasons, and I don't know if they dialed it back from that perspective, but that could be another thing that vaults him into more third down opportunities is, hey, can we trust you to catch the ball when it's thrown to you?
Right.
You wonder how much time he spent working on that this offseason.
Right. 2 years ago, it was a big problem. Yeah. Last year, not as much. So maybe it's now just, if you could trust him in pass protection, maybe that's all he really needs to do at this point in time. Hulk Hogan fan at all? Wrestling fan at all? We know you're a big UFC guy, obviously. Right. We talked a little bit about him before you came on. He would be, you're a wrestling fan, you said like late 90s. Well, so he's back for a little bit at that point, right? That's the era that I kind of forgot even existed until yesterday.
So I started watching it at Monday Night Raw in that time. Like, when I was a kid, I do like sleepovers at my aunt's house, and we'd go to like Blockbuster Video, and we'd pick up like SummerSlam and WrestleMania, and I was
on what? Wait, on VHS?
On VHS, yeah.
That was a thing.
Yes,
they would put like the pay-per-views out on VHS.
Yes, they would come out like months after they were out.
I did not know that.
And you'd have to go and rent them, and they'd be like if you didn't watch the pay-per-view, the only way to ever see it would be like 3 months later when it came out for rental or VHS. And what's funny about that? Think about it now. There's a pay-per-view, Roman Reigns fights John Cena, whatever the example is, and you are literally getting instantaneous clips of it on your phone, on TikTok or Instagram or whatever. Yep. And back then, like, you would have no concept of what even happened, because you would have to wait for it unless you had seen it on pay-per-view. And my dad wasn't getting it on pay-per-view back in the day. But Hogan's interesting because, like, he was an icon, right? Like, he changed sports entertainment. Like, he became a figure, like few figures that we've ever had, crossed over into movies. I mean, he, like, was a pioneer for all these modern, like, The Rock and John Cena and all these guys that have gone on to do movies. Like, he was the guy that did it first. I mean, what was his movies back in the day? Was it, like, Mr. Nanny or something like that?
I think
Hulk
that's
Hogan?
the name. Oh, maybe.
He was in a couple movies. He did something with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was in Rocky.
Well, we were talking about Rocky
played
3,
that
Thunderlips. That was my first introduction to Hulk. I mean, I'm 9 at the time,
He was
1982.
in way more movies than I thought. He was in a movie called The Ultimate Weapon.
He's probably got like a lot of cameos though in those movies, right?
Mr. Nanny, 1993.
Mr. Nanny.
But he shows up in Rocky, and I mean, I knew him as Thunderlips, and then I didn't realize he was this big wrestler. I'm young, and then all of a sudden his profile just exploded on the scene, right? No doubt about it.
And he had, from a wrestling perspective, like, he did what everybody wanted John Cena to do his whole career by turning heel, right? Like with the NWO and in WCW when he left WWE, WWF back in the day. And he was, I mean, that is one of the, top moments in the history of the business that probably changed the direction of the business in a lot of ways. So he's like, I don't think that you could really sit. Now, he's a very we talked about it. He's a very complicated guy. I mean, he's had some things, some
racism on tape. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, it really clouds how you view a person. But in terms of just like the wrestling impact and like what he meant in that world, man, I would say he would be the GOAT probably, right? Like, in wrestling. I mean, you could make an argument for some other guys.
He's probably all time the most famous wrestler.
Yeah. And
I think more people know his name, I would say, than probably any other wrestler.
I mean, I know another legacy that we could talk a lot about in a lot of different ways, but I think the two people who maybe have done the most for wrestling are Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan.
Right.
Really, when you think about where wrestling is today.
Right. And people often ask me about like MMA and UFC. It's like, I feel like WWE is kind of adjacent to that. I mean, you had the steroid scandal and like back in the 90s or whatever. And, it's very much the fight business is a rough business. I mean, there's a lot of interesting figures. And I would imagine wrestling is kind of the same way. I mean, listen, the guy that we've talked about the other day, John Jones, is one of the most like polarizing, like mainstays in MMA that we've ever had. Conor McGregor, the stuff going on with him right now, like it's a different world. It's a different world, and but Hulk Hogan dominated it.
Yep. Matt Perino, NewYorkUpstate.com, the Shout Buffalo Football Podcast. You can check that out, and he'll have coverage obviously throughout camp. But then one more time, the live event is what date? August 7th?
August 7th, yep.
Dorado.
Be there.
Park Ave. Have you been to Park Ave when you've been in town?
I don't think I have.
It's great, man. It's kind of like a Elmwood Village type of deal, and they got a bunch of bars, and we set up the speaker, and you can almost hear it wherever you are on Park Ave. So it's like, just come down to Park Ave. It's Thursday night. It'll be a party.
Okay,
cool.
That is a Elmwood area. I was at a wedding in Rochester last month, and we went out to brunch, and I think it might have been on Park Ave. And that's like the first thing I said. Like, this is like the Elmwood Village.
And that's the camp wrap up.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect.
Camp wrap up show.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
Matt Perino, check him out, and on the Shout Football Podcast. When we come back, Aaron Rodgers had a claim about how many teams can win the Super Bowl, and I want to go through that.
And I got something for you. You triggered something for me. You said you learned about a Bills player you didn't even know about or something, right?
Yeah, Parashand.
I've created a list. We used to do this back in the day with Jeremy. I have a list of about 10 names that you're going to have to tell me if they are a current Bills player or not.
Oh, no.
All right.
This is going to be bad.
We're going to do this when we come back.
Real or old Bill? Or not fake Bill. It would be former Bill.
Not even former. I have a list of real people's names in this world, and you have to tell me if they're currently on the Bills roster or not.
All right. Let's do that when we come back here on WGR. So yesterday at practice, bounce back day for Keon Coleman. I said that in the first segment. Like, would you agree with that as a descriptor?
Yeah, but I I
didn't
didn't
think he
feel like
played bad in the first one?
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily would put that on him in the first one. And again, lots happening, and I know somebody saw him. He didn't catch a pass the first day, I guess, right? They also worked a lot of red zone, and you think, okay, well, he'd be good in the red zone. I didn't see him getting a ton of reps versus some of the other guys they're working in, right?
Yep.
So, again, they're working everybody in. Here's what I'll tell you about yesterday, all right? He yesterday this is a part of a bigger picture we can talk about, Joe. My headline at WGR550.com was about how this team really worked the intermediate passing game yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And Keon Coleman was very vital in that. The two guys who really stood out to me yesterday, Keon Coleman was number 2. Curtis Samuel was number 1.
Okay.
Keon Coleman had a couple nice plays, couple nice catches. One, he was crossing about 25 yards downfield, I think it was. Josh threw a bullet, hit him as he was crossing, caught the ball, turned upfield, got loose. I think, yes, that was one of the plays he made. Early in practice, they're going quarterback to receiver. You know how they do this.
Yep.
I go down, I'm shooting some video. I posted this video over on X at Sal Sports. You see it from behind Josh. Keon runs an in-cut. Josh hits him maybe 10 yards downfield. And what I really loved, super impressive, I mean, he caught it, and he stuck his foot in the ground and turned right upfield. Now, a lot of times, and it may sound super easy and super simple when I say that's the job of a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
But even at this level, a lot of times you'll see a guy on an in-cut catch a ball, and he kind of stays on that path for 2 steps or so before he kind of gets upfield, gradually turns upfield. If you can catch it, stick your foot in the ground, and get upfield, man, you're splitting safeties, you're getting extra yards no matter what. And he did it, and then he did it basically again in the 11-on-11 when he caught that pass 25 yards downfield.
Do you feel that people have a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback and this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop-off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good
what's
way to
the
put it.
wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't, talk about that part.
Yeah.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to.
That's
judge.
one though where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either 1, a quarterback injury, or 2, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like, maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is.
Day 3 of Bills training camp is here, with practice getting underway in just over an hour at 9:45. Quick injury update from Day 2. Defensive end A.J. Epinesa and linebacker Dorian Williams both left practice early. Williams was seen exiting the locker room and walking up steps with a sleeve covering his lower right leg. Tight end Dawson Knox, who is on the non-football injured list with a hamstring injury, was on the field working with trainers off to the side. And offensive tackle Spencer Brown still on the physically unable to perform list with a back injury. For more on Day 2 of Buffalo Bills training camp, our own Sal Capaccio has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL, Vegas Raiders released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Raiders voided the remaining $35.2 million of guaranteed money left on Wilkins' contract last month. The Raiders' decision is reportedly due to how Wilkins treated the rehab from his foot injury he suffered last season. Browns running back Jerome Ford, with a minor injury, did not practice yesterday. Justin Fields suffered a dislocated toe, and the Falcons released cornerback Kevin King. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, congratulations to Jimmy H. from Orchard Park. This week's winner for our Encore Golf Friday foursome. Scored an 18-hole round of golf at Seneca Hickory Stick Golf Course. Beautiful course. A $25 Encore Golf gift card and a dozen Encore golf balls. You can still enter to win the Encore Golf Friday foursome contest now at WGR550.com for your chance to win. By the way, today, Happy Gilmore 2 comes out.
All right.
Any chance that's good?
Sure. I think it's in the beauty's in the eye of the beholder there, right?
It could be. The nostalgia of it should be good at least. All right. Sal is about to make me look dumb here because I probably am not going to be great at knowing the 75th through 90th guys.
That's
on the Bills roster.
Listen, but you will be in the same boat as so many people listening.
That's true.
So here's the way we're going to do this, all right?
All right.
If you're listening and you're just driving, just play along in your head and count. If you're in the bullpen, you can, play along with us. You could tweet at me, which is going to go pretty quickly, but, we'll try and get those just to see how well you do.
Okay.
All right, but just keep your own track here, how well you do. I have 10 names of real people who do real things.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you if this person, if what they do is play on the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Okay, 10 people. The Bills have a 91-man roster.
I will say very quickly, 91 because of Travis Clayton.
Yes.
I've watched practice each of these 2 days so far, and my problem here is there's been a couple receivers and others where I'm like, who's that guy? And I'll read the name, but sitting here right now I can't. I'm like, I know I'm not going to remember what the name is.
Okay.
Let's find out.
Here we
Maybe
go.
I will.
Let's start with Keontae Jenkins. Is he a Buffalo Bill or not? Keontae Jenkins.
Keontae, this is going to be hard. Keontae Jenkins is not a Buffalo Bill.
He is a Buffalo Bills linebacker currently on the team. That is strike one for Joe.
What number?
It's a good question here. I should have that on.
Is
me.
he?
I don't have that.
There's a number 49 linebacker for the Bills that has long dreadlocks. Maybe it's him. I don't know.
I don't have this.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's right. It's okay that you asked me because I actually want to get that so everybody knows. And I'll go to the roster here. He has 49. That's him.
That was him. Okay.
That's him.
All right. I saw him yesterday.
All right.
Play.
Leonard Taylor III.
Leonard Taylor III.
Yes.
Would Sal open with 2 Bills in a row? I think he could. I'm going to say Leonard Taylor III is not a Buffalo Bill.
That is correct. He is a New York Jets defensive lineman.
Okay.
You got that right.
Oh, so some of these are going to be, or maybe they all will be, other football players?
They could be, or they could be something else in life.
All right. He's going to get me with like a relief pitcher from the 80s at some point.
Could be.
Here.
Could be. Casey Rogers. Casey Rogers. C-A-S-E-Y, Casey.
Don't
Casey
remember
Rogers.
seeing a Rogers out there. R-O-G-E-R-S or D-G-E-R-S?
R-O-G-E-R-S.
Have I seen a Rogers out there on the field? I'm going to say I have. I'm going to say Casey Rogers is a Buffalo Bill.
You got 2 in a row. He is a defensive tackle for the Buffalo Bills.
Let's go.
Casey Rogers.
That's a lineman name, isn't it?
By the way, he wears number 71, yes.
Okay, 71.
Yeah. He looks like he could be in the WWE. Look at this guy.
Woo!
All right.
Okay, he's got the long hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roman Reigns type of hair.
Next up, Rush Reimer. Rush Reimer.
Rush Reimer. First name, Rush. I'm going to say Rush Reimer is not a Buffalo Bill.
He is a Buffalo Bill. He is a Buffalo Bill backup lineman. He's listed as a guard or a center. He wears number 63, Rush Reimer.
Okay. There's a really short offensive lineman that I've noticed out there that plays with like the 13.
He's 6'5". No, that's Kendrick Green, who I did not put on this list.
Gotcha.
It's
like 5'11",
I believe, yeah. Kendrick Green. Let's see what Kendrick Green is
6'5", though.
Listed as. Kendrick Green is listed. No, that's not Kendrick Green. Kendrick Green's 6'4". Sorry.
Okay.
There is another guy, though, that I noticed. I'm like, he was one of the smallest, shortest offensive linemen I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I'll get to that in a little while. Let's go to Tramel Tillman. Tramel Tillman.
Tramel Tillman. See, this is really just going off the name and whether you've seen it, because I wouldn't know. None of these guys so far I've known what the other thing they would do is. Tramel Tillman. That's a Bill. Tramel Tillman. That's a Bill.
Tramel Tillman plays Milchick in the TV show Severance, which I began watching recently. He is Mr. Milchick. Have you watched Severance?
No, that's my next show. It's my next show.
I started watching it on my way to Italy, and I got so hooked on it, I had to buy Apple TV Plus when I got home to watch it.
So he's an actor.
He is an actor, and he plays Mr. Milchick on Severance. Okay, next up.
Man.
Trace Crowe. Trace Crwoe.
I'm gonna say this.
Owe.
I'm gonna say this is a Bill. I feel like I've seen the name Crow on a jersey. I'm pretty sure. This is the most confident I've been. This is a Bill.
Trace Crowe is the number 188th ranked golfer in the world.
What? You looked up the world golf rankings for this exercise?
I had to come up with a name that might sound like he's a Buffalo Bill.
We were here having a good conversation with Matt Perino, and Sal's over there with the world golf rankings up. I love it. I love it, though.
Yes. DJ Milk and DJ S walking by. They're spinning the tunes out here at camp. Devin Brant Epps. Devin Brant Epps.
Is Brant Epps one word?
No, Brant-Epps.
Brant-Epps. What is that? What does that sound like? Brant Epps. That's a defensive end. I'm going to guess Buffalo Bill.
Not only did you guess it correctly, you're pretty close on the position. He's defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle, all right. Yeah.
Devin Brant Epps is a defensive tackle for the Buffalo Bills. I love that for you. Okay, great job.
Close.
Next up, 3 more left, sorry. Christian Coleman.
Ooh. A second Coleman on the same team.
I like you're trying to play the game now, not the,
See, no, that's a bad way to do it. I was going to say, have I seen K. Coleman on Keon's jersey? But I don't think they do that anymore. I think if they have multiple guys with last names, they just go with the last name. They don't put the initial. I'm going to say that's not a Buffalo Bill. I'm going to say there's not a second Coleman on this team right now.
Christian Coleman, you are correct, is not a Buffalo Bill. But you know what? I wouldn't be stunned if this guy ever plays in the NFL. He is one of the current top U.S. sprinters.
Oh, okay.
Christian Coleman would actually qualify for the 4x100 team at the Paris Olympics last year. He didn't actually run. I think he was one of the reserves, but he's one of the top U.S. sprinters. So you got that one right. Okay, two more.
Where'd you find that one? Did you just look up Olympic sprinters?
I did.
Okay.
I said, you know what?
So you searched like the profession first.
Yes.
Then like just found a name. I like that. It's a good way to do
it.
it.
I said, let me get a golfer, let me get an actor, let me get a sprinter.
Okay. Yep.
Wande Owens. Wande Owens.
Wande Owens. These are hard. This is a tough exercise. Wande Owens is a Bill.
He is a defensive back for the Buffalo Bills. Joe, you've officially gotten at least half of these right.
Okay.
You have 5 right, so this is to go for 60%.
I shouldn't get too much credit, though, because I've not been sure about any of these guys except for – see, this is the funny part. There was a guy that I was sure about. I don't even remember who it was.
Oh, yeah, that was Trace Crow.
Trace Crow.
He wasn't even a guy.
That's right. The guy I was sure about was wrong.
All right, last one, Joe, to go to 60% and do – I would say do a nice job on this.
All right.
Cam Riley, R-I-L-E-Y. Cam Riley, R-I-L-E-Y.
Cam Riley. That's gonna be a guard. Yeah. No. Wait. Let me play the player here. Sal looked up politicians or something, and he went. I'm gonna give him such a good, like an easy-looking name that he's gonna think that's got to be right. Cam Riley, not a Bill.
You have officially gone 60%, 6 for 10. I love it. You got your last 3 right.
Who's Cam Riley?
He is a New England Patriots linebacker.
Oh, okay.
He's a linebacker on the Patriots.
All right.
So I gave you a Jets guy, I gave you a Patriots guy, I gave you an actor, I gave you a golfer, and I gave you a sprinter, and the rest were Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
And you did a good job.
Thank you. I was not, don't give me too much credit. I did not know any of those players for sure before you just went through them. Good job on the game. That's very good. You had to do some research.
I did. That. I did it. I did do it while Perino was on. I'm like, well, wait a minute. He just said he didn't know who that guy was. Let me see how many guys I can find he doesn't know who they are.
Yeah,
it's tough.
This started because I didn't know Paris Shand, who's a defensive end.
Yeah, and listen, I get it. Like, people are out there going, you guys host a sports talk show in Buffalo. Dude, there's 91 dudes out here, and, like, half of them just arrived a month and a half ago, and they're not even, like, on the field.
It's more of those guys. It's the guys that have signed, like, in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, they signed a couple guys late at the end of last week.
That's
to bring
right.
to camp.
That's right.
What's the tight end?
Matt Sokol.
Matt Sokol. Like, him, I knew, like, that they signed him. Actually, maybe that would have helped me. The guys that had signed like a couple days ago. Anyway.
DJ in the chat, how long did Sal take to put it together? Like, probably like 10 minutes. Matt was answering. They were talking, and I looked it up.
I like it. I once looked up, I think Jeremy was talking to somebody, and I did, Star Wars player or Star Wars character or Sabres draft pick while we were talking to, like, probably some fantasy guests or something. Love it.
I mean, I think yeah. Anyway, I don't think there's any shame in not knowing some of these guys. I think you did a good job. You got 6 out of 10.
Thank you. Training camp today, we're about an hour away from practice. We're about 30 minutes away from Bobby Babich meeting with the media. We'll carry that live here on WGR. 803-0550 is the phone number. What do we got for you when we come back? When we come back, how about fantasy find or fantasy fade? There's a polarizing fantasy player that appears to be switching positions in the NFL. I'll have that for you when we come back. So yesterday at practice, bounce back day for Keon Coleman. I said that in the first segment. Like, would you agree with that as a descriptor?
Yeah, but I didn't
think he played bad in the first one?
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily would put that on him in the first one. And again, lots happening, and I know somebody saw him. He didn't catch a pass the first day, I guess, right? They also worked a lot of red zone, and you think, okay, well, he'd be good in the red zone. I didn't see him getting a ton of reps versus some of the other guys that are working in, right? Yep. So, again, they're working everybody in. Here's what I'll tell you about yesterday, all right? he yesterday this is a part of a bigger picture we can talk about, Joe. My headline at WGR550.com was about how this team really worked the intermediate passing game yesterday. Mm-hmm. And Keon Coleman was very vital in that. The two guys who really stood out to me yesterday, Keon Coleman was number 2. Curtis Samuel was number 1. Okay. Keon Coleman had a couple nice plays, couple nice catches. One, he was crossing about a good 25 yards downfield, I think it was. Josh threw a bullet, hit him as he was crossing, caught the ball, turned upfield, got loose. I think, yes, that was one of the plays he made. Early in practice, they're going quarterback to receiver. You know how they do this.
Yep.
I go down, I'm shooting some video. I posted this video over on Excel Sports. You see it from behind Josh. Keon runs an in-cut. Josh hits him maybe 10 yards downfield. And what I really loved, super impressive, I mean, he caught it, and he stuck his foot in the ground and turned right upfield. Now, a lot of times, and it may sound super easy and super simple when I say that's the job of a receiver. Mm-hmm. But even at this level, a lot of times you'll see a guy on an in-cut catch a ball, and he kind of stays on that path for 2 steps or so before he kind of gets upfield, gradually turns upfield. If you can catch it, stick your foot in the ground, and get upfield, man, you're splitting safeties, or you're getting extra yards no matter what. And he did it, and then he did it basically again in the 11-on-11 when he caught that pass 25 yards downfield. The question was, outside of Josh Allen, who is the most important player the Bills cannot afford to lose?
Okay, that is definitely a topic we've had during the offseason. And what was your answer?
Boy, we ran through. I said I'm tempted to say Deion Dawkins. Mm-hmm. So I think it could be him because I'm not sure what you get at a 17 games at left tackle. Let's just say even 5-6 games, right?
Sure.
And you're not talking about one game here. You know, as much as I love Joanne Dreesen, could he handle middle linebacker for a long period of time? I'm not sure.
I did think of that, yeah.
And then I thought about Christian Benford. I mean, given the fact they're already having a competition at cornerback too, could you afford to – what if Benford was out any length of time?
I think did we not really see evidence of this? The answer last season was Christian Benford. He goes out in that AFC Championship game, and it was very hard for them to maintain – their defensive game plan without him in there. And that's not even just Kyrie Elam being in there. People forget Rasul Douglas got lit up a little bit in that AFC Championship game as well. Is he still the answer? That's a good question. Like, he would be near the top of the list, but would he be the next name after Josh Allen when I've got more options, maybe more trustworthy options than they would have had at corner not even a year ago, 7 months ago, when they would have taken the field? If it's Max Hairston, Trey White, and Dane Jackson, you're missing an amazing corner. And I think maybe one of the top 10 corners in the league. But, you're better off there. It really is tough because you're not. It's a combination of how good the player is and then how replaceable it is. Like, how good is the depth piece behind them? For Deion Dawkins, like if he goes out, I'm knock on wood that none of this happens. Deion Dawkins goes out, who's coming in? Immediate left tackle.
Probably Ryan Vandermark right now.
Okay.
And maybe Tylan Grable. One of them would. Okay. It would be one of those guys right now because I don't think you're moving Spencer Brown over to the left.
All right, little fantasy fade for you here. Should we be targeting this guy or should we be fading this guy? Oh. Out of Atlanta camp. Good morning. We're here live at St. John Fisher. It's Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio. Kyle Pitts working exclusively with the wide receivers.
Okay.
In Atlanta.
Don't think of him as a tight end.
No, he quite literally is not practicing with the tight end. Mm-hmm. So is this good news for his fantasy value? If this holds true into the regular season, there will be a question about his eligibility and where you are allowed to play him in fantasy. As of now, he's a tight end. I'd have to imagine that he at least keeps that.
I would. That's a good point. If you're a fantasy football player, commissioner, or anything like that, make sure you get clarification on that before your season starts.
I think you're right, and it might be tough to do that. Sometimes sites will even change it. This is not to me though any sort of, let me bump up Kyle Pitts. Like,
no.
I think it actually might be it's a bad sign, isn't it? Like, he's now going to be like the matchup nightmare that he was supposed to be. It's kind of like the Kincaid conversation, but on steroids, because he was drafted way higher and the hype was way higher. To me, like, him being a matchup nightmare was about him being a tight end. And, like, your linebackers are going to be too slow for him and your nickel corners are going to be too small. Mm-hmm. Now he's a receiver. Like, if I'm not getting that speed advantage on a linebacker, I don't really have it against a corner, so I don't know. He hasn't been good enough anyway for me to be that worried about him.
When you first initially posed the question, like, what does it do for his fantasy value? I'm thinking, well, if you make him a wide receiver and he's officially a wide receiver in fantasy, it kills his value. He's just in this pool of
100%.
Hundreds of guys, right? I mean, really, when it comes down to it, he's much more valuable as a tight end in fantasy. But if he's listed as a tight end, but he's primarily playing a wide receiver spot, he still loses value, but it's not as much as if he actually listed and you can only put him at wide receiver.
Yep.
I guess that's where it relies. It would make sense, right? If you can play him at tight end, regardless, if you can keep him at tight end in your fantasy, he still has value. If you can't, I think it plummets.
Yep, I agree. The other thing this morning, Justin Fields is at Jets practice.
There you go.
So yesterday, all the hyperbole and all the freaking out about his injury and whether it was an Achilles-related thing and him getting carted off, at the end of the day, he's practicing the next day. So he still dislocated his toe, but I guess it doesn't hurt as much as you might think. And he's out there on the field. And while we're talking fantasy here, he's a favorite in the fantasy community just because of the running. This guy's ran for 1,100 yards in a season in his career. But a toe injury, maybe that makes that a little tougher beginning of the year.
The running and, it's a team that I think people aren't expecting to be good. They'll be down in games. They'll have to utilize him as a runner and a thrower.
Do you think that's true? Do you think – because they do have a lot of talent on defense. I like the coach. He's a defensive-minded coach. Like, could they be – I don't know. Could they be, like, keeping teams down enough where they get a lot of these low-scoring games and maybe they're not always behind, or you think they're bad?
Ooh, you think they have a lot of talent on defense? I think they have some. I think that it's kind of depleted over the last –
maybe it's just high-end and it's not really that fully formed.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. Maybe, though. I have to look at their defense. I think their defense has kind of regressed a little bit.
Okay.
And they've had a lot – they've – let's see.
They still have Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, they have a couple names, no doubt about it.
But you're right. Like, when you look at, are there holes? There's holes.
Yeah.
And that might be the big difference.
And I just think their all line isn't great.
That's
true. That's a thing that hurts Fields, obviously, too, a little bit, but he'll have to run a little bit.
Yep, that's right. The Jets. When we come back, so we're going to have Bobby Babich. We'll carry that live here on WGR, Bill's defensive coordinator, meeting with the media a little bit later on this morning. We will answer your phone calls, questions at camp. You want to know how somebody's looked? Give us a ring at 803-0550 is the phone number for that. And also when we come back, let's go backup quarterback, whether we've seen anything from the backup quarterback battle at the beginning of training camp here. Jeremy's off this morning. Jody Biasi, Sal Capaccio. Stay tuned. Bobby Babich coming up in the 9 o'clock hour here on WGR. Do you feel that people have a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback and this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop-off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good way
what's
to put
the wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't talk about that part.
Yeah.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to.
That's
judge.
one though where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either one, a quarterback injury, or two, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is. So yesterday at practice, bounce back day for Keon Coleman. I said that in the first segment. Would you agree with that as a descriptor?
Yeah, but I didn't.
You didn't think he played bad in the first one?
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily would put that on him in the first one. And again, lots happening, and I know somebody saw him. He didn't catch a pass the first day, I guess, right? They also worked a lot of red zone, and you think, okay, well, he'd be good in the red zone. I didn't see him getting a ton of reps versus some of the other guys they're working in, right?
Yep.
So, again, they're working everybody in. Here's what I'll tell you about yesterday, all right? He yesterday this is a part of a bigger picture we can talk about, Joe. My headline at WGR550.com was about how this team really worked the intermediate passing game yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And Keon Coleman was very vital in that. The two guys who really stood out to me yesterday, Keon Coleman was number 2. Curtis Samuel was number 1.
Okay.
But Keon Coleman had a couple nice plays, couple nice catches. One, he was crossing about 25 yards downfield, I think it was. Josh threw a bullet, hit him as he was crossing, caught the ball, turned upfield, got loose. I think, yes, that was one of the plays he made. Early in practice, they're going quarterback to receiver. You know how they do this.
Yep.
I go down, I'm shooting some video. I posted this video over on X at Sal Sports. You see it from behind Josh. Keon runs an in cut. Josh hits him maybe 10 yards downfield. And what I really loved, super impressive. I mean, he caught it, and he stuck his foot in the ground and turned right upfield. Now, a lot of times, and it may sound super easy and super simple when I say that's the job of a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
But even at this level, a lot of times you'll see a guy on an in-cut catch a ball, and he kind of stays on that path for 2 steps or so before he kind of gets upfield, gradually turns upfield. If you can catch it, stick your foot in the ground, and get upfield, man, you're splitting safeties, you're getting extra yards no matter what. And he did it, and then he did it basically again in the 11-on-11 when he caught that pass 25 yards downfield.
Day 3 of Bills training camp is here with practice getting underway at 9:45. Quick injury update from Day 2. Defensive end A.J. Epinesa and linebacker Dorian Williams both left practice early. Williams was seen exiting the locker room and walking up steps with a sleeve covering his lower right leg. Tight end Dawson Knox, who's on the non-football injured list with a hamstring injury, was on the field working with trainers off to the side. And offensive tackle Spencer Brown still on the physically unable to perform list with a back injury. For more on Day 2, the Buffalo Bills training camp, our own Sal Capaccio has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Around the NFL, Justin Fields suffered a dislocated toe yesterday, but is at practice today. And the Vegas Raiders released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Raiders voided the remaining $35.2 million of guaranteed money left on Wilkins' contract last month. The Raiders' decision is reportedly due to how Wilkins treated the rehab from his foot injury he suffered last season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Ed Oliver is a good player. Daquan Jones is a good player. They added Larry Ogunjobi. They did work. They said, look, we need to do work on this part of the team. Let's do work. It also will help pass the defensive line if Milano can actually stay healthy for a whole year, because he's very good if he can stay healthy. You hope that Bosa is a big improvement. Obviously, they want the defense to be better and less dependent on turnovers. And if the turnovers come, then Yahtzee.
That is Aaron Schatz on the Mina Kimes Show, her podcast. On the Bills' defense, he had, and most numbers would have the Bills bottom of the barrel last year in third down defense, as he talked about there. But I think, kind of good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off. Sal is in. We got Bobby Babich coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll carry that live here on WGR. On that defensive point, like about the turnovers, I like that he's not assuming regression defensively on the turnovers. I've spoken a lot this offseason about how I think there's probable regression coming offensively, because 8 turnovers is just so difficult to repeat. But defensively, like Joe Marino had these stats a couple weeks ago. You got to give it to the Bills and McDermott and this defense. They've been top 10 in creating turnovers every year that McDermott's been the head coach. So, am I supposed to keep saying, well, the turnovers are going to regress, the turnovers are going to regress, when it just doesn't really happen with them? And what is that? Is that the scheme of their defense, you think, that kind of causes that to happen? Is that the way they're kind of taught to punch the ball out? Do they do that better than other teams? I think whatever it is, you got to give credit to the Bills coaching staff on that front. That stat, which league-wide tends to be, tough to maintain, they have maintained it.
Yeah, I'm looking back. They were third, fourth. I mean, they've had 27, 30, 32 last year. So you're going back to 2021, they had 30 that year.
That was third.
They pretty much get to.
They're top of the league almost every single year.
23rd in 2020.
Yep.
Let's go to 2019. They were. Okay, so no, so top 10.
Okay, so
23. They're tied for 10. So yeah. I mean. Yeah, so listen, I think that every team probably does this in some form, Joe, but what the Bills definitely do is every practice, at least not out here as much, I think they do a little bit, but when you're back at OTA's minicamp, we go back to the stadium, every practice they do with the defense what's called the turnover circuit, okay?
Okay.
So you have your defensive linemen, your linebackers, and your DBs all in 3 groups. And, you played football, you play sports, you go station to station for warm-ups, right?
Yep.
Go to that coach for your this little warm-up. Go to that coach for this warm-up. Well, in this particular way they do it, it's called the turnover circuit. So the defensive linemen work on grabbing fumbles, all right? And they're doing all the fumbles. While the defensive backs maybe are working on a tip drill.
Yep.
While the linebackers are working on some other type of fumble or interception drill. Then they do that for 5 minutes. They rotate.
Yeah.
And they do the exact same drill. And you even have defensive linemen working on a tip drill.
Right.
Right. So everybody's. Oh, it's a punch out. That's the other one. The punch out. They're doing the punch out. That's what they're
Terrell
working
Bernard on Mark
Yes.
Andrews. Yep.
Exactly.
Just
so
right
then,
in there.
You see it happen in a game, and it's so funny to think those are things they practice. Those are things that everybody on the defense has a hand in practicing at some point.
Yeah.
A lot of, actually.
They should do some boxing training at this point. With those punch outs, just hit the bag a little bit.
Did I lose my video?
Maybe. We'll get that back. We'll get that back up and running.
I'll get that. Apologies.
We also have Bobby Babich coming up in 10 minutes, so we'll talk more about the defense, and we'll hear more about the defense then. Backup quarterback. So that's kind of seen as a battle or a position of question going into training camp. And I don't know, through a couple of days, have we learned anything in 2 days from Mike White and Mitch Trubisky? Has one looked better than the other? Do you think this is more of a preseason battle than maybe it will be a training camp battle?
Yeah, I tried it just so Owen knows back there, or whoever's running the stream. I think I hooked back up, so if you want to put that.
We just got you.
Thank
there
you.
go.
We got you. All right, thank you. I mean, look, I think there's two ways to look at this for me always. I always think about what the team might want to do, or what I see out there and kind of how it's going to play out with the team. I just think it's very hard for anyone to beat out Mitch Trubisky as the backup because of what the Bills feel about him and what they want if Josh Allen were to miss any time, right?
Yep.
They really believe in him as far as he's had some success this league. He started. So many people, how many times you heard fans say, oh, my God, they got to address the backup quarterback. Mitch just isn't it. Folks, it's hard to have a starting quarterback in this league. I mean, it really is. How many teams have a legit starting quarterback they have a lot of faith in? There's not a lot of spots in this league for guys. If you have a guy like Mitch Trubisky, that's actually a pretty good backup to have because you just don't have a lot of guys who can step right in and win games. A lot of teams don't have a starter there. That said, I think Mike White, now that he's been here for over a year, mid last year he came in, I think he's done some nice things in this league. He knows the AFC East. He's played for 2 AFC East opponents.
Yep.
I like a few things he did yesterday. He threw one ball, it kind of fluttered, but it got there. And then he has a play where he rolls out to his left, Joe, gets his shoulders turned, fires a dart down maybe about 15 yards. I'm like, okay, that's a nice play by Mike White right there. I think Mike White has a shot. I think when it comes to backup quarterbacks, though, financials matter a lot. So here's the deal. Who would you save more by releasing? $500,000 more by releasing Mitch Trubisky, which helps. But you'd also take on like $1.7 million in dead cap money. Like, is that worth it? Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's already on the books regardless. You could look at it that way. You do release guys. But I think financially that's where you have to go to.
So do you think preseason especially, White would have to look definitively better? Like any tie would go to Trubisky?
So. Absolutely.
Anything
I
close to it?
think that's the case.
How likely in White, the other thing I do like about Trubisky is I typically like to see a backup that can run a little bit. You're never going to get the passing to the same degree, and we know the Bills like to run different packages with Allen running the ball, and Trubisky is not Josh Allen running it. But Mike White is more of your prototypical pocket passer.
Yep.
Trubisky, if you're not confident that you're going to get much throwing the ball, you're going to get a little bit of running with Trubisky. And I tend to like that in a backup, so I don't have a huge preference between one or the other. The other difference I will say is just their starting careers. Trubisky, especially in Chicago, very conservative. Like in the types of passes he would choose and the way that offense was run. Mike White always felt like more of a gunslinger when he played for the Jets.
Yeah.
Maybe that was out of necessity, right? Maybe that's just the design of the offense.
He's had a couple nice games in this league.
He had no, not against the Bills.
No, but
the Bills. What I'm thinking of is when Matt Milano.
Did he throw for 400 maybe one game?
It's right before I think he played the Bills a couple years ago.
Was it a Monday night game even? I'm going to look this up. Do you remember?
That sounds familiar.
Was
that
it a Monday night
game in prime time?
Did he throw for? Let me see.
There's a massive statistical number.
I don't know if it was against Cincinnati. 37 of 45 for 405 and 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Then he also had 315, 369, 268, 251, 240. He's thrown for some yards.
What do you want? What do you want in a backup? Because there's some turnovers in there too. Do you want the big yardage with the high variance, or do you want
game, by the way,
or do you want the backup that's going to take care of the ball a little bit more?
I think for the Bills, just take care of the ball. Okay. There's no reason the backup quarterback in Buffalo just needs to make sure let the running game do its thing, let the offensive line do its thing,
and hold down
hopefully
the
we'll
fort
get a turnover or two, we're good. You're not talking about a backup quarterback coming in on a team that's got to fight for every win to get to the playoffs.
Right. And, knock on wood, this remains the same. Hasn't been much of a issue anyway because Josh Allen's got – is it the longest start streak in the league?
It is.
Right now? Active?
It is.
I think he's a long way to go until he would get the NFL record.
But I will tell you that listening to Josh last year, when we asked him about the longest, why it was important for him to play that game, Week 18.
Yep.
He wanted to be out there with his teammates, said all that stuff. He also said, basically, you can't get there if you don't do it every week, one game at a time. Bobby Babich speaking now here at the podium at St. John Fisher.
Random, but Jordan Hancock is a guy that a lot of people are interested because of his diversity. Right. I know it's very early, but you had the spring with him too. Can you kind of give us an update on what's happening with him?
Yeah, we're kind of, I think the best way to say it is we're kind of working him in segments, if that makes sense. So we're getting him to focus on a certain position, maybe here, certain position there. So, he can kind of build a repertoire of certain positions, and then it's our job as coaches and obviously our personnel to figure out what he's best at. And, so we're still going through that. It's kind of one of those things. Give him the reps here, give him the reps there, and kind of figure out what the best role for him would be.
Where have you seen
Cole Bishop grow up? It's funny. I was just having this conversation. I think, I have 2 high schoolers. And I think the youth nowadays that I'm noticing, whether it's people could say I'm wrong, whatever it may be, is that I think the generation we live in, there's a lot of anxiety. And that's not a bad thing because you want to perform, right? Where there's social media, there's all these things that are there. Like when I was coming up, they weren't there. You didn't have to worry about that type of stuff. So I think his level of anxiety in the way of performance, he knows he's a second-round pick. He knows he's talented. He knows what expectations are. Although we deem his expectations, we make sure we temper those. That's where I've seen the biggest growth. And I think when you take away that level of anxiety of performance and stay in your process, I think that's where he's grown the most.
Going back to Jordan, you mentioned back in the spring that you're going to have quote-unquote drop-dead date as to when you decide what that role is for him specifically. Do you have that framework in your head, or is there something you're going to need to see from him before you make that decision to know that he'll be ready for the regular season?
I think I get the most drop-dead date questions in going back to linebackers. I think, didn't I have a drop-dead date on linebackers? No, I think that's organic, like I said last time. We'll know. I mean, there's so much as a rookie, and what we're asking him to do is a lot, and we're very hard on him about being detailed with it, and so it'll show up. It'll be one of those things where you'll be like, okay, feel good about doing this and this, or just this, that, and the other, whatever it may be for that role specifically within our defense. We'll know that, and it'll come when it comes, and we'll know. I know I'm.
And do team stuff yesterday. Is that part of limiting his snaps, or is he dealing with how are you?
Yeah, we just have an approach we're going with Joey to make sure that we keep him healthy. We have an approach. It's constantly evolving. We're in constant communication with Joey. There's nothing to be, he wants to get. He wants to make sure his craft is at the highest level. So there's the balance with us of a guy that would go, and us having to make sure, hopefully, in February, end of January, he's still available. So that we're trying our best to do that, and we have a plan. And, credit to Nate, Sean, Brandon, and everybody involved with and Joey of us collaborating on what that plan might look like. And it might change as we go. It's ever evolving.
Do you see him as a 3-down guy for you, or is that the limitations are that on what he plays or how much he plays?
Yeah, he's definitely a 3-down. I mean, he's a 3-down guy. I mean, the biggest thing for us is making sure, like any good pass rusher, making sure, and you guys know how we rotate. And knowing that, or making sure that when it comes down to it in the most critical moments of the game where you have to rush the passer, that he's fresh and ready to go. And that's on us, and we got to make sure we do a good job managing that. It's hard. It's really hard, but we'll continue to work that.
How have you seen the differences with Trey White? In his last years, he was putting so much pressure on himself to return to who he was. He seems to be playing and looking more loose and free. How have you seen that change with the 1 year he goes away?
It's funny. I think Coach told me a long time ago, you learn from other people's press conferences, right? That's how you learn. So I watch all the press conferences while I'm sitting there working at from people on our team. And I was listening to Deion's, right? And Deion said it, like, he's home. Deion talked about it yesterday, that this is a special place. And it's very unique when guys come back here, how free they are. And that's a credit to the people that have built this culture. That's coaches, that's players, that's front office people that maybe aren't even here anymore. And with Trey, you just saw when he walked in the building, you just saw when he came out for the first practice through that tunnel the other day, the appreciation that the people of Western New York and Bills Mafia have for him and what he's done for this organization, what he's done for me, when I wasn't even necessarily his coach. And on a personal level, how hard he works. What he puts into this. You guys probably see it. And those type of things have been here even when he was gone. The things that he instilled here amongst specifically that corner group, they were still happening through CB, through some other guys. And the biggest joy I had was yesterday when I said to him, he was over at practice, he walked over by me and we were in a team period, and he said, I said, how do you feel? And he goes, it feels good to have some legs. Feels good to have some legs. So I know mentally he's in the right place. I don't mean to go on a long dissertation, but I think he deserves it. And I'm really happy for him.
That's the one thing that was holding him back, his legs, because he was coming off the injuries. So, how have you seen his outlook change? Just not
he had an off season. Yeah. He finally had an off season for 2 years. He finally had an off season, and I think that brings a lot of confidence in moving forward for him.
With Trey, obviously we know he's older than he was when he first came in, was an all-pro. Where do you see that compared to maybe the first?
Trey's on a mission right now. Trey's on a mission. So.
How do you feel about your depth at linebacker and behind your starters, especially some of those younger guys?
Look, everything's a projection, right? They've got to perform, and they've got to perform at a high level. I don't like putting expectations on people, but that group, their expectation is higher than anybody else's, which is exactly what we want. The depth piece, there's two parts. They need to perform, and they need to be available. That's the bottom line. And if we do that, we'll be all right. But we need to handle those two things first and foremost.
Joe Andreessen progressive and put more on his plate.
Yeah, we're putting a lot on his plate. A lot more than we even did last year, right? Because Joe was fresh on the scene. Hey, here's a special teams guy, depth guy. And, we were ever evolving at that backup linebacker during the season. But now we're putting a lot on his plate. There's some things that happen. That's why we practice. That's why there's some mistakes that happen. But Joe's a football player. Joe knows how to play football. The ball tends to find Joe. So he needs to take it day by day, meeting by meeting, minute by minute. That's how he needs to approach it.
What's the step like for Joe, going from last year where it was a great story,
right,
to becoming consistent, productive, dependable football player?
Yeah, that's the journey of everybody, right? I know it's unique because he's from Western New York, and I think we used to joke around. There was a billboard if you went on the 190, right? There's a M&T or something like that. Like, okay, Buffalo Joe, but it's not Buffalo Joe anymore. It's Joe Andreessen, the NFL football player. And, he every year, the greatest football players that I've been around, they feel like they need to prove they belong in the NFL. And the all pros that we've all coached, that's their mentality, and that needs to be his mentality.
At this point in the offseason, what's the goal for the defense right now?
Yeah, it's interesting, and you're talking specifically about training camp. So training camp, the number one thing we want to do is build that callus. We want to make sure we're prospering in this adversity. This is hard. Training camp is hard. We're going to make it hard. And we've got to build that callus through training camp. Secondly, we've got to build our defense. We've got to build our defense, and that's not only in who we're going to be. I tell them every year, past performance has no indication on current performance and anything we do in the future. So, we need to build our defense, and that's not only on the field, that's collectively at the personal level. We could say as much as we want as coaches, but they need to build that. They need to get to know each other. They need to spend time together. And you've heard a lot of our guys talk about that. And then thirdly, individually, they need to carve their roles out. They need to carve their roles out and prove they belong on this team and to help this team achieve our ultimate goal.
What have you learned about TJ Sanders?
TJ's a personality, that's for sure. The biggest thing is, you go into an evaluation, specifically talking about college guys, and, you hope that nothing's ever 100%. You hope the evaluation you've made as far as their talent and their ability to affect the game is correct, right? And I believe so far that he's shown that talent is there. There's a lot of refinement that needs to happen. But he fits the Bills culture. He's a rookie. There's things where I got to make sure he understands he's a rookie. But he's shown that he fits the Bills culture, and he wants to be a part of the solution.
Maxwell Harrison, so far the first few days, day one, he had the pass breakup. You're pretty fired up about that.
Yeah. We're not going to ride the roller coaster, but day one, pretty good. Day two, we got a lot of improvement to make. But the great thing is we got practice today, and we need to see those improvements. But no, Max is intentional about what he wants to be and what he wants to do to help this team win. And the biggest thing with those guys, and you get into this with the young guys specifically, is do not think ahead. You have literally got to be in that second of the day. You try to think ahead, you try to think behind. In training camp, it's going to bury you. There's too much going on up here for that to happen. You've got to be minute by minute, hour by hour, meeting by meeting, practice by practice, and I could go on day by day, but you have got to stay, and Sean talked about it today, you've got to be present. You have to be present right now.
Is that something you've learned about not letting rookies ride the roller coaster over your time, of not getting too high and maybe not beating them up too much when they're down?
Yeah, I think Terrell Bernard has said it when he was a rookie, how I kind of handle rookies. But it's all about creating. There's a fine line. Philosophy-wise, everybody has little different opinions, but I have found that you want to pull that leash tight on those guys early on and let it out, because it's hard to pull it back in. So it's not that you're treating them different. It's you're creating, I think I've said it before, that urgency for them on how critical everything is here. In college, they're the best players. So it's, hey, I can get away. Maybe this practice, I pull back a little bit. No. Practice, we treat like games. So it's all those little, how urgent you are in making corrections, how urgent you are in understanding the details of those type of things. So it's just, as far as rookies go, but then there's the fine line of making sure they understand that they belong here and we believe in you. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I answered your question, but.
I know it's early. Are there any names of guys who are standing out to you that you've been impressed by, who maybe don't get the credit in the media that they probably should?
No, I don't. We're 2 days in. We've had guys that have had good days. We've had guys that have needed to show improvement in certain areas. So it's early. I'm not going to get into anybody that's, we have a standard as a defense. The guys know the standard, and they know if they haven't met it. And then they know if they have met it. You know what I mean? So, I will say this, in 2 days we have one takeaway, which we are not happy with.
What have you seen of Shaq Thompson so far as he's been able to get a little more involved in the group?
Shaq's ultimate pro. He was texting me all summer long. Hey, I know you're on vacation, but hey, in this clip, ultimate pro. We know there's going to be some rust to knock off, and those type of things. But he's a joy. I think Sean talked about him. I'd never been with him before. I've always watched him from afar. So it's great to have him here. Heck of a dude, and really, really happy he's here.
What are the challenges?
Yeah. Yeah. What are the challenges of walking the fine line of figuring out what Hoyt and Ogunjobi can do?
That's a great question.
Knowing that they've got a 6-game suspension.
I'm not going to go into details on that, but we have a plan, and we will continue to progress that plan. We have a structured way we're going to go about that, specifically in training camp, and then going into that. So we have a plan. Like anything, it'll continue to evolve and make sure we're all on the same page, but there's a plan in place for that.
Encouraging to see Hoyt's day yesterday and just the impact that he can have in different roles.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have Hoyt here. Great to have Hoyt.
It's a pretty unique situation to have two guys facing suspension. How do you come up with a plan like that? Like, what do you do? Is there other things you can look at? Like, how do you...
I mean, it's pretty unique. You just do the best you can to try to figure out both what we're going to do here and then also what the plan is, what their plan is. So, there's no ill will there. It is what it is, and we got to adjust like we always do here in Buffalo, and we'll adjust and we'll do the best we can to have a plan that can maximize not only the Buffalo Bills, but can maximize their potential for when they get back.
How neat is it to see the light come on for some of these second and third year players in training?
It's really, really cool. I mean, over my years, you think about, and I'll just throw guys that I've coached, rookies, Terrell Bernard, Dorian, trying to think of DeMar, right? I was the safeties coach when we drafted him, so it's cool to see all these progressions. It kind of, in a sense, it validates a little bit of your, you always got to be ready to adjust your style and the way you're doing things. You got to be ever evolving, but kind of justifies the way you're going about things a little bit. And I know that's the same for every coach here, and there's nothing better for a coach than seeing a progression and a growth in a player that you had a small part of. That's why you coach. That's why you do it, and you take extreme joy in that. Good. Thanks, guys.
All right, there is Bills defensive coordinator Bobby Babich. Big expectations for, not expectations, but very positive things to say about Tre'Davious White and how he's looked so far at training camp. As he mentioned, I mean, it's his first real offseason in years because of all the injuries. So we'll take a timeout here. We're late to a break. We'll talk about what we heard a little bit from Babich there. Saw Travis Hunter is practicing with the defense today in Jacksonville. So as other teams start hitting the field, we can start looking at what's going on around the league as well. Yesterday at this time is when we saw Justin Fields was carted off, and that ended up not being that big a deal because he's practicing today. So Bills practice starting in about 15 minutes, and we'll keep you locked here on WGR as we are live at St. John Fisher. And, of course, we'll also be live this Sunday. So if you are looking to get some coverage on Sunday as the Bills will be practicing that day, Nate Geary is going to be here, so be sure to stay tuned. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. It's Jeremy Joe, Jeremy's off, Sal Capaccio in, and this is WGR. So yesterday at practice, bounce back day for Keon Coleman. I said that in the first segment. Like, would you agree with that as a descriptor?
Yeah, but I didn't.
You think he played bad in the first one?
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily would put that on him in the first one. And again, lots happening, and I know somebody saw him. He didn't catch a pass the first day, I guess, right? They also worked a lot of red zone, and you think, okay, well, he'd be good in the red zone. I didn't see him getting a ton of reps versus some of the other guys they're working in, right? Yep. So again, they're working everybody in. Here's what I'll tell you about yesterday. All right. He yesterday was, this is a part of a bigger picture we could talk about, Joe. My headline at WGR550.com was about how this team really worked the intermediate passing game yesterday. Mm-hmm. And Keon Coleman was very vital in that. The two guys who really stood out to me yesterday, Keon Coleman was number 2. Curtis Samuel was number 1. Okay. Keon Coleman had a couple nice plays, couple nice catches. One, He was crossing about a good 25 yards downfield, I think it was. Josh threw a bullet, hit him as he was crossing, caught the ball, turned upfield, got loose. I think, yes, that was one of the plays he made. Early in practice, they're going quarterback to receiver. You know how they do this.
Yep.
I go down, I'm shooting some video. I posted this video over on Exit Sal Sports. You see it from behind Josh. Keon runs an in-cut. Josh hits him maybe 10 yards downfield. And what I really loved, super impressive, I mean, he caught it, and he stuck his foot in the ground and turned right upfield. Now, a lot of times, and it may sound super easy and super simple when I say that's the job of a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
But even at this level, a lot of times you'll see a guy on an in-cut catch a ball, and he kind of stays on that path for 2 steps or so before he kind of gets upfield, gradually turns upfield. If you can catch it, stick your foot in the ground, and get upfield, man, you're splitting safeties, you're getting extra yards no matter what. And he did it, and then he did it basically again in the 11-on-11 when he caught that pass 25 yards downfield.
Do you feel that people have a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback and this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop-off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good
what's
way to
the
put it.
wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't talk about that part.
Yeah.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to
That's
judge.
one, though, where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either, 1, a quarterback injury, or 2, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like, maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is.
We have clearly a vision for when we bring him here of what we think it's going to look like, but sometimes that's just a mindset of, hey, what they've shown on tape or the skill set that we think they have, and now it's an opportunity right now to put them in different positions, and it's our job to not necessarily ask guys to do something that they can't do, but right now we're in the process of figuring that out. And just because something might go out there today and it might not look great doesn't mean something they can't do, right? We're working through it. We're going to stay after, talk with Josh, body language, just continue working with things, and that doesn't mean, hey, once we get to the season, we might not do it, So we're just in the process of just trying to figure that all out right now.
Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady hitting the field for practice just now as the Bills are hitting the field. Practice begins in about 5 minutes. Big roar for Josh Allen, as you would expect, as he walked through the gates a couple of minutes ago. Bills practicing. The clouds are out. It's a pretty nice day, actually. It's a really nice day.
Yeah, it's great.
Not crazy humid. Nice little breeze. The sun's not out, burning everybody alive like yesterday. So it feels like a good day at camp here for fans that got it in attendance.
Have you seen the rumors, reports that maybe Nick Saban wants to get back into coaching?
I did. I saw Colin Cowherd talking about this, actually, that there's a connection between Saban and Browns ownership.
Oh, the Browns. Well, I haven't even gone that far. I just know there was he might want to. There was somebody who reported that they were confident that he would want to return to coaching because they knew people in his circle and they were so confident they wouldn't report that because of it or whatever. So there's been some stuff about that. Well, can I say our buddy Mike Rodak? Remember Mike?
Yeah.
Spear in Buffalo? He covers Alabama, yeah. He said, here's Nick Saban when asked 3 times by Fox News on Friday morning about whether he would return to coaching. Here's Saban's final answer. I want to read you this quote. You tell me how you interpret this quote.
Okay.
There is no opportunity that I know of right now that would enhance me to go back to coaching. That is not a no, I don't want to go back.
No, that is
there's no job opening for me.
That says I don't like any of the jobs right now I could get.
That's right.
That's what that sounds like to me.
I 100% agree.
Now, what Colin Cowherd said yesterday is that Saban would be interested. I think he even it kind of came off that he was reporting it, but it sounded like he heard it from somebody. That Cowherd said that the Browns and Saban could be, mutually interested in each other if Cleveland has such a bad year that they get a franchise quarterback, Arch Manning maybe, in the draft. And the connection point I believe he made is that Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Browns, and Saban's agent are close. There's some connection there between Browns ownership and Saban's agent. But that and Saban, of course, has coached for the Browns under Belichick in the 90s.
That's right.
So maybe that's an idea for Saban. It makes sense. I mean, he's always kind of sounded like, whenever he's on TV, he's on College Game Day, that he still wants to coach, but he just really hated the new landscape of college football. It's the Wild West.
Yes, that's exactly right.
In the NFL, and it almost makes it feel like maybe Saban is thinking, well, if we're going to be treating this as professional football, I'd rather just be in professional football, right?
Yep.
Like, rather than this, college right now is kind of becoming professional football, but there are these difficulties along the way for how to do that and what's legal, what's not legal. You can pay guys now, but some instances you can't. Like, let me just go to the NFL where it's clearer. But he doesn't have a job. Let me ask you this.
Yep.
More likely to get an NFL coaching job first, Nick Saban or Bill Belichick? Who coaches in the NFL first?
Ooh.
Saban or Belichick?
Saban.
Saban?
I guess it would depend on the level of who wants to do it. Are you asking me that? Like, who would a team hire first?
That's part
Saban.
of it, too. I think they both might want to.
I think we just went through this with Belichick. Nobody wanted him. Nobody wanted Bill Belichick.
And what would have to happen in North Carolina for that to change? Like, maybe nothing. I mean, if you won the national championship,
right.
I bet that might help. But I don't know if he's got that in him. He's at UNC. He's not at LSU or Alabama. That'd be interesting. Saban coming back to the NFL. He is 73 years old. So, isn't that part of why Belichick didn't get a job too, though? It's not just It's not just the I've got to bring in a guy that wants all the power and he wants to control everything in his view. But he's at an age where I know this is only a temporary solution. I'm not hiring a guy that could be my coach for 10 years. I'm hiring a guy, this would be Saban too, that if I'm lucky, he's my coach for 3-4 years. And that's probably the extent of it.
Who's older, Saban or Belichick? Trivia question. Who's older, Nick Saban or Bill Belichick?
Saban.
They don't have an exact date, but it says he was born in 1951. Doesn't have a date. Belichick 52. So, yeah, Saban is older, it says.
Okay.
I mean, although it says they're both 73, though. But, yeah, according to Wikipedia, the two dates I looked up.
Yeah. 05 and 06 in Miami. Hey, if you got Drew Brees as a quarterback, they passed that physical, maybe he'd still be the coach of Miami.
Yeah, legendary Drew Brees could have gone to Buffalo, too, according to Greg Williams. He really wanted him, he said.
We talked about Greg Williams yesterday. Back-to-back days with the Greg Williams reference. I was very young when he was the coach. It feels like I missed a lot. There's a lot of crazy things. I looked up Greg Williams, and there was like a Reddit feed of all the things he did when he was Bill's coach. How many times that dude blasted players that I didn't know about? It happened like weekly, it sounds like.
Yeah, I don't remember that part of it as much.
Crazy.
He had some good-looking sweaters, like colorful. Remember that he would wear?
Yeah.
He got the job because he was the most organized coach they'd interviewed or something like that to impress the management.
Uh-huh. Anyways. Practice is firing up right now for the Bills. So Sal's going to head out to the field. So stay tuned, locked at Sal Sports on Twitter, and we'll come back for Extendo Sports. We'll wrap things up, and we'll get you over to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We're live here at St. John Fisher. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today, and this is WGR.
The question was, outside of Josh Allen, who is the most important player the Bills cannot afford to lose?
Okay, that is definitely a topic we've had during the offseason. And what was your answer?
Boy, we ran through. I said I'm tempted to say Deion Dawkins.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it could be him because I'm not sure what you get at a 17 games at left tackle. Let's just say even 5-6 games, right?
Sure.
And you're not talking about one game here. You know, as much as I love Joe Andreessen, could he handle middle linebacker for a long period of time? I'm not sure.
I did think of that, yeah.
And then I thought about Christian Benford. I mean, given the fact they're already having a competition at cornerback too, could you afford to – what if Benford was out any length of time?
I think did we not really see evidence of this? The answer last season was Christian Benford. He goes out in that AFC Championship game, and it was very hard for them to maintain – their defensive game plan without him in there. And that's not even just Kyrie Elam being in there. People forget Rasul Douglas got lit up a little bit in that AFC Championship game as well. Is he still the answer? That's a good question. Like, he would be near the top of the list, but would he be the next name after Josh Allen when I've got more options, maybe more trustworthy options than they would have had at corner not even a year ago, 7 months ago, when they would have taken the field? If it's Max Hairston, Trey White, and Dane Jackson, you're missing an amazing corner. And I think maybe one of the top 10 corners in the league. But, you're better off there. It really is tough because you're not. It's a combination of how good the player is and then how replaceable it is. Like, how good is the depth piece behind them? For Deion Dawkins, like if he goes out, knock on wood, none of this happens. If Deion Dawkins goes out, who's coming in? Immediate left tackle.
Probably Ryan Vandermark right now.
Okay.
And maybe Tylon Grable. One of them would. Okay. It would be one of those guys right now because I don't think you're moving Spencer Brown over to the left.
So yesterday at practice, bounce back day for Keon, that people have a trust or a high regard for how good Ray Davis is right now? Like, how good do you think people think Ray Davis is? How good do you think Ray Davis is?
I don't think Ray Davis is James Cook, but I think Ray Davis in this NFL with this quarterback and this offense is a suitable replacement for this team to not really have any drop-off in how many games they win.
Right.
Is that a good way to put it?
It's a very good
what's
way to
the
put
wins over replacement? That's what the stat now that really came in vogue with baseball.
Yep.
WAR, right? Wins
Yep.
over replacement. I mean, on this team, how many wins over replacement is James Cook over Ray Davis? If you found out, this is a great way to do it. Mike Shope does this all the time, and he's right. Mike goes by the betting markets.
Yeah.
If James Cook decided I'm holding out, I'm skipping the season. Let's not even say injury. We won't talk about that part.
Yeah.
But let's just say something happened, he wasn't around. Do their win totals move in Vegas?
No, they definitely don't move in Vegas.
That's what I mean.
They definitely don't.
So, I think that's a good way to.
That's
judge.
one though where that's true. Those markets often won't move unless there is either one, a quarterback injury, or two, a volume of injuries. You get 3, 4, 5 injuries, and then they'll start moving. But you make the right point. Like maybe if a Dawkins goes out or somebody like that, you might get a little bit of movement. Cook, I don't think you're not getting any. And again, that's not to disparage how good he is. All right, Extendo Sports practice has begun. Might be able to hear the music behind me right now. Injury notes to pass along. No A.J. Epinesa, no Dorian Williams at practice. It's an ankle injury for Williams. It's a calf injury for Epinesa. So we'll keep an eye on those two. Also, David White, the undrafted rookie receiver, personal day for him, so he's not there. But no Epinesa and no Williams today is the headline on the injury front. Today is the intro to Happy Gilmore 2, the beginning of that. Joe Cali, Owen Parker back in the studios. Are we excited for Happy Gilmore 2? We pumped up?
I'm excited. I can't wait.
I am ready to see it as well. I have not seen the original Happy Gilmore for years. I might have to do it as a rerun just to prepare myself.
I think you should do that. I think you should. I did that the other day, actually, knowing that it was coming out Friday. I'm like looking for something like what's the original on. Real quick.
Yeah, I like that idea. I might have to do that today and then go see it maybe tomorrow or tonight. We'll
see. It's on Netflix, so you don't have to go anywhere to see it. It's a Netflix premiere.
Netflix.
Yeah,
that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so one thing that I learned about Happy Gilmore 2 yesterday. So if you remember in the original, Mr. Larson, the big guy, the boss that has the nail stuck in his head.
Right.
Play it as it lies. Yeah.
Yep. Play it as it lies. Hey, shooter, you forgot your 9-iron? Didn't you forget your 9-iron? Bends it in half. So he is not in this movie, but there's a adjacent character. Maybe it's even his son, but it's kind of the same type of role. And do you know who is playing that role?
Ooh.
Oh.
I do not.
Haven't seen it?
I have not seen it.
I have not seen anything about that. No.
Boban.
Oh, wow.
Boban from the NBA, the 7'5" 6'4" giant who's real funny, and I think he was in John Wick.
I think that's right.
Last year.
Yes.
Yep.
So he is continuing his acting career, and he is basically playing that role. But he is 7'4", so
yeah, he's massive.
He's a massive individual.
It's perfect casting, though. If you're going to carry that on, might as well.
That is very good casting.
He's been in the NBA for like 18 million years.
He's just been there.
Yeah.
He's just always been in the NBA.
Yep. A lot of the other cast, though, is returning. Christopher McDonald is Shooter McGavin. Julie Bowen is Virginia. Ben Stiller in his one of the great niche roles in comedy history. Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler, Bryson DeChambeau, Brooks Koepka, Justin Thomas, Bad Bunny, Eminem are in this. Travis Kelce is in there, I'm sorry to say to Bills fans. So, you have to live with him being in there for a minute.
I do like the modern golfers being in it, though. I think that gives, golfers back then, I mean, they didn't really go far into it other than a Shooter and Happy, but it's going to be interesting to see how they work them in.
Yep. Who else here? I thought I saw there was one more really famous. John Daly.
Oh, okay. He's back in the Adam Sandler movies. Look at that.
Wait, no. That's not right.
Oh.
I swore I just saw John Daly's name, but now I'm not seeing it. Yeah, there he is. John Daly. John Daly's in it.
It feels like the kind of thing John Daly would do.
He was in Big Daddy with Adam Sandler. It would translate,
Travis Kelce plays a waiter in this. So if they're in a restaurant. Actually, the screen grab I'm looking at is Travis Kelce as a waiter, and Jack Nicklaus is at the table. He's eating.
This is going to be interesting.
It's going to be it's going to be a crazy movie. A who's who, if you will. Adam Sandler, he really just invites all his friends, right? That's all. Anyone that he's friends with, like, hey, you want to make a movie? And then Dan Patrick will be in this movie. Mark my words.
He's
always
in every
in
one of
Sandler
them.
Movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about when this actually, at what time this comes out. Is it already out?
I want to say.
Can I go on Netflix right now?
I feel like that's got to be a prime time, 7 o'clock drop.
It could be.
Thing.
It could be. I don't know, though. It might be an instant release. I'm looking right now, actually, believe it or not. And I can play it right now. It is out. You can go watch Happy Gilmore 2.
It was at 3 a.m. Eastern time.
Oh, they waited till the midnight window on the Pacific to release
yes,
it.
Yes, they did.
Yep.
Yes, they did. They were thinking about the West Coast. All right. Nothing from camp in the first 10 minutes, but that's probably good news. This is the warm-up period. So if you did see anything, it probably wouldn't be great in the first place. So Bills camp is underway, and stay tuned with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way next. Keep you updated on anything that happens in the next little bit. Have player availability and more stuff to listen to from the practice field coming a little bit later on. One Bills Live as well. That'll do it for us here on Jeremy and Joe. We'll be back on Monday, and we will be right back here at camp doing the show live. And, have a good week. Have a good weekend. Enjoy Happy Gilmore 2. Enjoy training camp. And talk to you on Monday here on WGR.